Whoops, I'm blurry. Let me look at my camera for a second. There we go. I'm back. Okay, so some of you guys probably already know this, that there's a bunch of document that came out today at about, I think, 11:10 they came out. And so anyways, yeah, so for the people that haven't heard of it yet, we're going to go through these different documents. But the one I want to start off with first is the motion to disqualify Judge Fran Gull. Yeah, it's going to get real. Definitely. Hi, Kyle. What's up, everyone? Yeah, I'm just flabbergasted. Hey, Charmaine. Okay, so you know what? Let's just get me off the screen, make this bigger, and do here. Get into there. Let's see here. Okay, so motion to disqualify judge. I just want to make sure that I'm seeing myself properly. Okay. Get those things out of my way. Go. Okay. So comes now the accused by counsel and pursuant to Rule 2. I can't right now, but I can try. Okay, that's just Adam. I was letting him know. So Rule 2.1. Okay, stop messaging me now. I think it came in double. Of Indiana Code of Judicial Court. Okay. Hold on a second. You guys, give me 1 second. I need to mute Adam right now. I got these. Yes. I'm just going to tell him sorry I'm live now. Okay, I just got to mute it though because I cannot stand the sound. Mute notifications. Sorry, buddy. Love you. But I got to mute you. Okay. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I just hate the sound of dinging going off when I'm in the middle of doing a live. Drives me bonkers. Okay, back to the documents. Okay, so let's see here. So procedure respectfully and moves for a recusal of change of judge from Judge Francis C. Gull. So Rule 211 of the Indiana Code of Judicial Conduct requires the judge to disqualify himself or herself when the judge's impartiality might be reasonably questioned. Okay, that's just a joke right there, but okay. Such is the case in the cause for the actions for the reasons described below. The comments to Rule 211 provide additional guidance. Under this rule, a judge is disqualified whenever the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned, regardless of whether any of the specific provisions of paragraphs A1 through 6 apply. In many jurisdictions, the term recusal is used interchangeably with the term disqualification. 2, that a judge's obligation not to hear or decide matters in which disqualification is required applies regardless of whether a motion is disqualified or to disqualify is filed. A judge should disclose the records of information that the judge believes the parties of their lawyers or their lawyers might reasonably consider relevant to a possible motion for disqualification, even if the judge believes there is no basis for disqualification. Judge Gull has removed and concealed or allowed to be moved by the court or by the clerk of Carroll County defense pleadings from the chronological case summary in violation of the Indiana's Supreme Court administration rules. Those pleadings include Frank's motion filed 9th of the 18th of 23, Frank's memorandum filed 9, just whatever with the dates, okay, guys, and 3 affidavits, Warden Gallipo, okay, Sergeant Jones, Sergeant Robinson filed on the 10th of the 10th, and we all know that those are like those affidavits that had come out with regards to the Odinism talk and whatever. And the affidavit of the leaker, Mitch. Okay, so they actually finally named him, eh? There you go. Mitch Westerman, the name that we put out there about a week ago. Anyways, so it's actually nice to see it on the paperwork. Judge Gull has not removed or hidden any state filings. So Indiana access to court records, Rule 2A provides its pertinent part. All persons have access to court records as provided in this rule, and that certain persons have greater access to court records. The commentary to ACR rule is that all persons, including members of the general public, the media, the commercial and non-commercial entities, are entitled to the same basic level of access to court records. And ACR Rule 4 provides that a court record is accessible to the public except as provided in Rule 5. ACR Rule 5 provides that certain entire cases shall be excluded from public access without notice of exclusion, but this entire case has not been declared confidential by statute or rule and meets none of the other criteria laid out in ACR Rule 5. ACR Rule 5 provides a process for excluding individual case records. However, let's see, none of these 13 listed grounds for excluding public access to the records secreted from the docket in this case applies to the above referenced documents, which have either disappeared from the CCS or inaccessible to the public, nor were the documents filed using the procedure required by ACR Rule 5, i.e. filing on green paper or filing electronically as a confidential document, along with an ACR form identifying these specific ground. Oh my God, I can't talk for a second. Specific grounds upon which exclusion is based. By secreting pleadings from the docket without following the access to court records, Judge Gull has allowed violations of public access because those acts have only shielded documents from the defendant. These actions clearly demonstrate a lack of impartiality and fairness in violation of the judicial rule compliance with law rule 2.2, impartiality and fairness. Just one second, guys. Just checking the chat for 1 second. Just seeing what you guys are saying. It calls out what we all thought the hearing on the 31st wasn't known until the emergency hearing info was put out. That's not how it's supposed to work. Okay, I'll come back. You just keep typing in there, Hootis. Okay. So let's see. On October 12th, 2023, Judge Gull instructed appointed counsel to cease work on Mr. Allen's case, which interfered with the attorney-client relationship and prejudiced the accused by denying him the timely, effective representation guaranteed to him by the state and federal constitutions. On October 19, 2023, Judge Gull conducted a critical stage proceedings in chambers outside of the presence of the accused, even though she had ordered him transported and he was available. She did the same after placing his attorneys in an ethical dilemma and again creating a public record outside of the presence of the accused. This ignored clear precedent. On October 19th, 2023, Judge Gull ambushed, okay? So we have snookered, abused, and ambushed, okay? Appointed counsel with a planned Hobson choice designed to coerce withdrawals. The choice presented was to suffer a public shaming and be removed from the case or to voluntarily withdraw. Despite defense counsel requesting clarification as to the topics and or motions to be addressed at the October 19, 2023 hearing, she gave defense counsel no notice of her plan to force withdrawals or remove them, thus denying counsel the opportunity to adequately refute her accusations. Mm, mm, mm. That same day, Judge Gull had prepared a statement that she threatened to read to the public, alleging defense counsel was grossly negligent in their representation of defendant. Well, okay. Well, it's not like that's wrong. They absolutely did. Grossly negligent in the representation of defendant Allen. Judge Gull's complaint was more about not having control over. And then it says, a judge shall comply with the law, including the code of judicial. Judge shall uphold the law, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Counsel, rather than any legitimate concerns that counsel had engaged in conduct that compromised Richard Allen's defense. A general summary of Judge Gull's complaints are as follows. A press release, generic in substance, was issued by the defense in November of 2022 before the court's gag order and only after repeated press conferences by the prosecution. Allen's response. The intent was only to level the playing field. This was well within the obligations of the defense counsel by established guidelines. She never expressed any concerns over the multiple press conferences by the prosecution. Two motions filed by the defense on which addressed the health and safety of defendant Allen, and the second which addressed the immediately transfer of the accused due to the not so coincidental and undisputed facts that individuals engaging in Norse paganistic practices may have not only murdered the two girls, but they were also escorting defendant Allen around the prison at the same time his health was in rapid decline. Okay. Allen's response. The court had previously ordered the accused transferred to a state prison at the request of the Carroll County Sheriff. His mental and physical health began an immediate decline. I feel like I'm reading like that basically false crap about Odinism, but it's, why Fran Gull should be taken off the case now. Okay, so prison guards in his area had Odinistic emblems on their uniforms, which endangered their client after the Odinist connection was exposed. The defense had a video of the patches. Oh, did they know? Okay. The defense had a video of the patches, and the guards admitted that they wore them. The defense had previously noted a connection between the murders and Odinism. The patches have since been removed. Mr. Rozzi, cited instances of abuse. Those filings were within the obligation established guidelines imposed for effective representation. Mr. Baldwin had drafted an email to co-counsel, but sent it to the wrong person due to self-populating in electronic mail. The co-counsel, but sent it to the wrong person. Is that the one that went to Brandon Woodhouse? That one? Allen's response. This was an accident that happens routinely to most people. The intended recipient, attorney Bradley Rozzi, and the unintended recipient share the same first name. Okay, so obviously it is Brad Woodhouse. So share the same first three letters of their first names. The email attachment contained non-substantive information and just a bare bones outline of a tiny portion of the discovery received by the defense in this case. The court alleged that Mr. Baldwin put improper statements in his Frank's memorandum, not false or misleading statements just improper in her opinion. Well, hasn't it been said multiple times by attorneys, et cetera, that only maybe about 13 pages of that was actually towards the Franks memorandum, and the rest of it was just blatantly putting out their what they wanted to. So, sorry, defense is just saying and doing their same tricks or whatever. I mean, they're doing what they need to do, right? Allen's response: the court has disdain for defense for not filing it under seal, even though there was no order to do so. That the memorandum was demanded by the prosecution before there could be a Franks hearing. It is an impressive piece of legal writing. Sorry, guys, I just got a notification I got to get rid of. And has been lauded by expert defense counsel across the nation. It again was required by applicable guidelines that Mr. Rozzi had filed a tort claim notice to preserve the rights of his client. The court opined or opined, however you say it, that this action amounted to gross negligence. Allen's response: the filing of the notice was intended to preserve the rights of a man who was shuffled off to one of the most secure detention units in the state, locked up and isolated with only a tablet, which was often dysfunctional. Well, especially when you break them, they're probably then very dysfunctional. To communicate with the outside world, Allen had no ability to speak to his wife in private as his phone calls were being recorded. Hold on. Allen had no ability to speak to his wife in private as his phone calls were being all recorded. So I guess those confessions are like they don't exist. So at no point did he talk to his wife then, because that's pretty much what that's saying. He had no ability. So Allen's own attorneys were required to make the advance reservations to visit him at prison. It is entirely impractical that Allen would have to or have had the means to prepare his own tort claim notice and or secure private counsel to do so. Mr. Baldwin had hired a lawyer to represent him in this matter. Allen's response: was not true. Mr. Baldwin was betrayed by a friend, and there was a subsequent related suicide. As a friend and colleague, Dave R. Hennessy suggested he needed a lawyer to speak on his behalf, and he volunteered. No fee was arranged between the two. The court also alleged undersigned had put volatile facts in the memorandum regarding possible sanctions and disqualification. The true facts in a criminal case are often volatile. There was no untruth. The dissemination leak of the crime scene photographs, in which neither Attorney Rozzi or Attorney Baldwin had knowledge of nor participated in. Allen's response: the affidavit of Mitch Westerman, previously filed. Guideline 1.1 of the Indiana Public Defender's Council Performance Guidelines for Criminal Defense Representation states that a paramount obligation of criminal defense counsel is to provide zealous and quality representation to the clients at all stages of the criminal process. Similar obligations are recognized by the American Bar Association and the National Legal Aid and Defender Association, the National Advisory Commission on Criminal Justice Standards and Goals, and Rule 1.1 of IRPC. 10. That everything cited by Judge Gull as concerning was either non-attributable, I can't, whatever, my tongue's twisted now, it's tired, to Attorney Rozzi, or excellent and ethical lawyering in the best interests of client's defense and the mental and physical well-being. Throughout the pendency of this proceeding, the defense has exposed untruths by law enforcement, withholding of exculpatory evidence by prosecution, and discovery violations about which Judge Gull showed no concern and did nothing. Okay. The court has routinely expressed umbrage, I don't know how to say that word, umbrage, at defense counsel's representations through investigations and filings, while silently abiding the prosecution's discovery delays and false statements by them or their agent. On October 19th, 2023, Judge Gull coerced an oral request to withdraw from Attorney Rozzi that did not, hold on, let me reread that. To withdraw from attorney Rozzi that did not, that doesn't make sense, comply with Rule 3.8, Indiana Rules of Trial Procedure, and further coerced an oral request from Attorney Baldwin to withdraw as co-counsel in this cause. Judge Gull has exhibited a lack of concern about and taken no action to protect the physical and mental health of the accused. Oh, he's just going for some blows there, isn't he? Throughout these proceedings, Judge Gull has exhibited a bias. How come this wasn't filed a long time ago then? When they thought she was being unfair. Throughout the proceedings, Judge Gull has exhibited a bias and prejudice against the accused and his attorneys in favor of the prosecution. Counsel for the defendant are appointed pauper counsel, and upon appointment, judicial control and oversight of the appointed counsel is inappropriate. The court cannot and should not dictate the process of representation or improvidently curtail the representation of counsel. It has done so without notice to the defendant or his counsel, affording them an opportunity to be heard. It has also done so if on its own accord without any precipitating. Thank you, Mustang. I heard my phone go off. Thank you very much for my 4 tacos. Taco. Is it? No, it's Taco Thursday. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mustang. So Rule 2.11 of the Indiana Code of the Judicial Conduct requires a judge to disqualify himself or herself when the judge's impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Yeah, okay. Such is a case in this cause of action for reasons described below. He's pulling out his claws, isn't he? Rule 1.2 of the Indiana Code of the Judicial Conduct states, a judge shall act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the independence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary, and shall avoid inappropriate. I tell you, you guys, I'm so tired. My tongue can't even talk. Impropriety, and the appearance of impropriety. I think I'm saying that improperty. That sounds better. As previously stated, Judge Gull strong-armed attorney Rozzi. I'm saying Rozzi all the time too. It's Rozzi. And Baldwin with a prepared statement that she intended to read into the record had either attorney resisted her efforts to remove them from defense. Within minutes, Judge Gull took the bench, started to record, and inform those present and viewing public that there existed an unexpected, well, we all knew that was a crock of crap when she said it that way, didn't we? An unexpected turn of events, with the defense team withdrawing from the case. Judge Gull further stated that these circumstances were clearly outside of our control. The only clarity offered up by these statements is that they were entirely inconsistent with her actions in chambers just minutes earlier that forced the attorneys to consider withdrawal in this matter. These words ran afoul on Rule 2.1 as they demonstrate the tribunal's lack of integrity and impartiality toward the public and usurp defendant Allen's right to competent legal representation. Rule 2.2 of the Indiana Code of the Judicial Conduct requires that a judge shall uphold and apply the law and shall perform all duties of judicial office fairly and impartially. Comment 1 to the rule states, to ensure impartiality and fairness to all parties, a judge must be objective and open-minded. Rule 2.15 of the Indiana Code of the Judicial Conduct in pertinent part states, a judge, sorry guys, I need a sip of my drink. Okay, that's better. A judge having knowledge that a lawyer has committed a violation of the rules of professional conduct that raises a substantial question regarding the lawyer's honesty, trustworthiness, or fitness as a lawyer in all respects shall inform the appropriate authority. It does not indicate that any such opinion of the court allows removal of appointed counsel without due process and against the wishes of the accused. And then, of course, just all the signatures for that one. I'll come back and see you guys in chat for this one because there's still a few, like there was 4 total on there. Oh, you guys have been typing up a storm there. I'm just gonna sit there and see what you guys are saying, okay? I want justice for the girls just as much as the next person, but we may not get it with how this investigation has been done. Hudis, I'm on complete agreement with you there. I've always been very worried about this case, and if Abby and Libby are going to get their proper justice, and it's just getting thicker by the day, isn't it? It just makes me worry. I've always had that feeling, that little nagging feeling, if justice will ever come for Abby and Libby in the way that it should, or if it's just gonna get, sidetracked by all these different, I don't know, what do you want to call them? These different circumstances, I suppose, going on. That's putting it nicely. The statement made by Hennessy, attorney for Baldwin, afterwards states that he was coerced into withdrawing. Yeah, coerced. I guess we could put that up with words snookered and what was the other one that they said there? Wasn't BP the very first person to mention Odin? I'm trying to think of who BP stands for right now. Wasn't BP the very first person to mention Odin or BP? Brad? What's BP? I'm sorry, I can't. I'm just drawing a blank on BP initials. And I feel bad for the McNick is kind of being thrown in the middle. He knows the law and expects that the info he's getting to be facts. Investigators threw him under the bus with that. Do they have a new defense, and who filed this? Well, this is obviously filed by the defense that, was for Richard Allen. And do they have new defense? Well, we don't know that part yet. That still remains to be seen, I believe. Like the 31st is when the court date is. So I'm sure that they probably have appointed somebody. McNick can only do so much. I think I already read that one, right? And you can guarantee he didn't go through things like the defense team did. He just trusted. Rozzi filed this. He is still Richard's attorney. That's what it's all about. I reminds me of the song, That's What It's All About. You put your left foot in. Rosie, no fur. She wasn't sure. Oh, Becky Patty. That's who you were saying. No, that doesn't sound right at all. I don't think they will get a new judge. I don't think so either. I mean, to me, this is just, to me, reading this is almost like reading the whole Odinism 136 pages of bullshit to it. And just reading this, there's certain parts there where I kind of just wanted to throw up, to be honest with you. It was mentioned on Facebook and everywhere. People would send Becky tips. Yeah. That's been mentioned for a long time. I don't I just know it was a topic that's been around for a long time about the whole Odinism thing. It's not like this was brand spanking new. It's just that the defense turned it into a storyline about, to get their client off. Simple as that. No reason to go back for something like this. Her private hearing in the judge's chambers was the last straw for them. Yeah. They're throwing a shit at the chain link fence, hoping for, that's pretty much it, right? I mean, this really, this is the wacky way that, this is pretty wacky, this whole Delphi case and what's going on. Like, this is rather abnormal than more normal. It's definitely an abnormal case going on here. It's almost, I just feel like it's like, I can't help but keep feeling it. It's like freaking Kinder play or something. Like, I didn't like that she did this, so I'm going to file a motion. I didn't like that he said that. That's all it seems like. Oh, poor Richard Allen. His mental and health capacity is just so suffering. Like, I'm so sick of hearing about that, to be honest with you. He's doing just fine. He's doing just fine. If anything, he was putting on some more weight again. And who wouldn't? You lost your whole life. You're behind bars. You can't just, feed your face and do all that stuff anymore. Can't just smoke your cigarettes and drink your beer and all that stuff. Of course, when somebody does something, then they sit there with their eyes like deer with headlights going like, oh shit, you know, as if they weren't going to get caught or out, like you see that all the time when you watch a lot of these cases. Like they're just sitting there, as if they were freaking innocent and stuff like that. Now, I don't want to speak for Richard Allen about his innocence or guilt. Well, no, I mean, like, he's innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But it always just amazes me, like, anyone would lose weight. Anyone would be depressed. Anyone would feel like they were in a frigging dog cage if you're in prison. That's why I don't understand why all these people commit these crimes, knowing that their butt's going to be behind bars in a prison and being told what to do, how to do it, where to, et cetera, et cetera. The appeals, hi, Jennifer. The appeals court will have a field day with this stuff, right? That's what I mean, right? Becky was just repeating what Officer Purdy had told her about the Odins. Thanks, Deb. Rozzi is requesting to remain Allen's counsel. Yep. But I haven't got to those like documents yet. I feel like the judge was already annoyed. I'm sure next Tuesday, if the hearing happens, will not bode well after this. I think that the judge had every reason to be pissed off. The defense is continuously doing, like they're sloppy. Like for what I'm, what makes me kind of giggle a little bit here is for Baldwin and Rozzi, which are so highly respected, but why can't Baldwin, and the defense team keep their crap secret? But they keep doing this. Like they're showing that they're incapable of, protecting the confidentiality of documents, a friend leaking photos that probably shouldn't even have been in there, right? Because it was a friend that had worked at the law firm, Mitch Westerman. Like I've said his name already, but it's nice just to see it in the document. And it, like I said, that whole fairy tale of Odinism crap in that Frank's hearing and stuff like that. And to me, like, it's just like, it's like, here, let's throw it all this. And then they're like whining about why to get removed from as the defense attorneys. It sucks. It freaking sucks. But because, I mean, this whole thing with Delphi sucks. They turned it into, it is a shit show. There's no ifs, ands, or about it, eh? It is a shit show, eh, Camaro? Hey, Ben. Jency, I can't wait to see her face. So, who responds to this document? Can Rozzi take this higher up than Judge Gull, or will she be the one to address this? Well, I'm not exactly actually sure how that process works, to be honest with you. I mean, honestly, I'm curious on that answer myself, Jen. Like, if she's the one, say, being, in a sense, impartial judge and, being attacked here basically to say that he wants her disqualified, well, what's she going to do? It's not going to be her going, well, I really don't feel like I should be disqualified based upon these reasons and blah, blah. I mean, I don't know. That's what the people like the prosecutors podcast and stuff like that. That's where it's good to have those lawyers that can decipher more of that stuff for us. Because that's a good question. And which one that I do not know. Hi, Julian. True Crime Beat. Hey, yeah. True Crime Beat. Doesn't matter how good she might be at the attorneys. You think she crossed the line? Who does? Why do you think? Sorry, I probably missed some of your things. You think she crossed the line? Telling them to stop on the case prior to the hearing last week. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I agree with that, to be honest with you. I mean, she's a judge for a reason. And I think she's a darn good judge, but I guess whoever, I don't know. What do you guys think? I think the attorneys crossed the line. But anyway, so hold on. I don't see where I'm not going to take. I personally who this, and I love you, and we all have our opinions, but I personally don't think that she crossed any line. To be honest with you, you know, just like I don't think Richard Allen's being treated like shit in Westville. I think he's being treated like anybody else, and he's probably had names called to him and stuff like that. But I think that he's being treated like, why would you risk that? Absolutely, she did. Okay, so let's go on to let's see. Let me just go open up the other documents that came in. Give me one sec. Let's go. Okay, let's go to this one right here. This was the first one that came in. It's not too big. Okay. So the motion for continuance. So comes now the defendant, Richard M. Allen, by counsel Bradley Rozzi, and respectfully request that this court continue the October 31st, 2023 hearing set in this cause. In support of said motion, defendant Allen states as follows. Counsel for defendant Allen is unable to locate any specific order wherein the court scheduled the initial October 31st, 2023 hearing date, nor is there any order which articulates exactly what matters where to be addressed and how much time to be set aside to address said matters. However, counsel does acknowledge that there have been discussions between the court and lawyers regarding the October 31st, 2023 hearing date, and that the possibility of the court conducting a hearing on the pending suppression motions filed by defendant Allen. On September 18, 2023, defendant Allen filed his motions for Frank's hearing. The court has yet to issue a ruling on that motion. Okay. It says 26. All right. I thought, wasn't that the one where she had like 30 days, guys? Like, wasn't it like 30 days? I thought. Yeah, so that probably would have been discussed, right? On October 2nd, 2023, defendant Allen filed his supplemental motion for Frank's hearing. Okay. On October 2nd. Okay. The court has yet to issue a ruling on the supplemental motion. On October 3rd, 2023, the defendant Allen filed an additional Frank's notice. The court has yet to issue a ruling on the issues raised in said notice. On or about October 14th, 2023, this court ordered defendant Allen's defense team to cease all work on defendant Allen's behalf and therein prohibited counsel from engaging in preparation for the October 31st, 2023 suppression hearing or any other matters associated with this case. On October 19th, 2023, the court engaged in actions which resulted in the court ordering the oral withdrawal of Attorney Baldwin from this cause. She ordered his oral withdrawal. Well, I thought that they had a choice. Get their asses chewed out publicly, live, and that he gave the oral one. So let's see. Attorney Rozzi remains the only active one. Yeah, that was for Baldwin. Okay. Rozzi remains the only active attorney of record in this cause. On or about the 25th of October 2023, Attorney Rozzi filed a motion to disqualify. Attorney Rozzi believes that a full and final disposition of the motion to disqualify should take precedent over the issuance of any rulings on the Franks motion, the disposition of the pending suppression matters, and any matters of substance which are currently before the court. Further, defendant Allen believes that any suppression hearing in this cause will require more than 1 day of the court's time and will require the appearance of witness, which most certainly cannot be secured between now and October 31st of 2023. It is for these reasons that the defendant Allen requests that the hearing on October 31st, 2023 be continued to a date and time following and full and final disposition of the motion to disqualify filed on October 25th, and for all just and proper relief in the premises. Now, let me just quickly ask you guys something, because this is what I was thinking about on the day that this shit all happened. So am I clear in understanding that Rozzi is still Richard Allen's lawyer? Because, and so answer me there for a second, because what I was thinking is that they said in a few days, and I was thinking to myself, watch, Rozzi's still going to continue to be the lawyer. Okay. He clearly does not want a speedy trial. Doesn't matter. The environment is totally different. He should not be in a prison. Why not? If the jails don't have, right, the capability, and they don't want him there, but if they don't have the capability of taking care of him and having the access to, like to deal with his mental health issues and et cetera, like, why not? Like, the whole thing mostly was that they just wanted him to be closer. And then they started throwing in about the whole mental stuff and whatever going on. He waived that right. I don't know. Do you guys think it's fair? I mean, do you guys think he should be in Westville? If that's where, if that's where he can have the best protection, chances are that probably Richard Allen I wouldn't doubt, probably end up dead, to be honest with you, in a jail. Yeah, Rozzi didn't withdraw, right? Okay. Yeah, I just want to be clear on that, because when that was said that day, I was like, oh, so he's going to do it in a couple of days. And then I was like, so I'm not shocked. Like, I mean, I'm shocked by the whole, requesting to disqualify the judge and stuff like that. But it kind of felt strange when it was like, wow, Baldwin gave his orally, and, Rozzi's going to give his in a few days. It just didn't, seem right when that was said, like something else was going to happen there. And sure enough, all this stuff. Proper security. What about the mental health and all those issues? Let's see. Doesn't matter if they want him or not. They have the ability to hold him. If they can do this to him, they can do this to us. That's why it matters. Yeah, well, Kell County would probably want you. Proper security was about proper mental health care, if there is such a concern about his mental health well-being. Yeah. Why is RA the non-convicted person in prison in the whole in the U.S.? Rozzi didn't give a verbal withdrawal. Baldwin did. Let's all get on the same page here. Baldwin gave a verbal withdrawal. And Rozzi was supposed to send in papers a couple days later. That's how I remember it. Does everyone else remember it that way? Let's see. I agree, Jen. We don't have to choose between mental health, safety, and they are required to provide both. There are plenty of counties close to Delphi that could take him. He should not be. Well, I mean, I guess we're not sitting on the judge's bench. If Alan was doing as bad as they claim, he would be moved to a prison hospital. In my profession, if in the court it is written down, it did not happen. It's that simple. Yeah. Well, yeah, I get it. Is that so? Just to ask you guys, is that the case? I can't remember now. I mean, I remember that Baldwin gave it, and that Rozzi said he was gonna, send his in. Hi, Mustang. Okay, fun fact: access to mental health care in Indiana is terrible. He should be provided this, but people that haven't been charged with crimes can't even access mental health care. Hey, Mustang. So, how many of you 59 people that are watching right now think that Richard Allen that he shouldn't be in Westville, that he should just be in some regular jail? Just put one if you think. Docs pop. Shit. What else we got, guys? What else was filed? Let me just go quickly take a look here. Come on now. Oh, I need to go to my other email. One sec, guys. Oops. Come on. I didn't mean to go to that email. Pete's sakes. No. Oh, for Pete's sakes. Got it. Close off. Clicked on the wrong thing there. Come on now. I don't want that one. I want to go to this one. Okay. Let's take a look here. What time is it? 12:40. Okay. Well, it's 12:40 my time, guys. Let's see here. What else we got? So there was the transport order entered, which they said was whatever. Let's see. Notice issued to parties. Is that the unavailable notice issued? Transport order. Docs and okay, no. A motion filed for continuance. 1, 2. Oh, what's this one? Oh, what's this one? Is this a big one? Court notice. Do you guys remember seeing this one? Court notes that the following pleadings, which may be resolved without further argument or hearing, defendant's motion for broadcasting order is overbroad. The court will consider broadcast requests by the media. That was signed. Deb, can you go take a look and just tell me if that's one that's new? There's so many freaking filings today. That one? Continue. Oh, what the heck is this one? Court knows that the following pleadings may be resolved with further argument. That's the same broad. What the heck? Administrative event regarding the order issued twice in error. Yeah, okay, I seen that. So that, okay. So that one was ordered twice in error. I think that one's just really talking about the, let's see, as well as the multiple hours of digital evidence submitted by counsel. The court will continue to do the same. I don't know. Freaking too many freaking documents, and then they doubled up on the same one, which was long. Welcome, Mustang. I'm concerned that there's no longer about RA, it's about the attorney. I'm actually concerned that this is the best interest is not in mind and that this will hurt the case. Hi, Alexa. Oh, I don't forget. Maybe some people. It should matter that I run before I forget. Okay, Helen. That makes no difference to me, really. He's not safe anywhere. He's considered a child killer. I think he's best off in Westville. Like, I feel like that was the best way to protect him, to be honest with you. That's why I have no qualms about that. You know, I honestly believe that he'd probably end up dead in a county jail. I feel like he's fine where he is, and he's probably in better care than he definitely would be into a county jail. Especially Carroll County. Okay, I want to go, so we read that one, so let's read this one. There's like this one and one more. Okay, this is the, is that too big? Okay, so this is the verified notice of continuing. Somebody's unstoppable today. Oh, Charmaine. Oh, that's nice. You gifted 5 memberships. Well, let's take a moment to appreciate that. Okay, who got these memberships? Sees Through, you got a membership. Bubs Babe, you got a membership. Kelly, you got a membership. Joan got a membership, and Grandma Watches is in the house, and she got a membership. You know what I love about memberships? Is when people aren't necessarily talking, and then all of a sudden they win a membership. It's like, because I don't recall seeing Grandma Watches talking in here yet, but we know she comes in here. But some people sometimes just like to come in quietly. I do that all the time. Most times, no one will ever know that I'm in there live. Not that, I typically don't like to say nothing when I'm in a live. It's very rare that I do. Thank you very much, Charmaine. That's number 3. What time is it? 12:46. Probably won't have to do a Delphi live tonight after this, to be honest with you. Heading for Miami Correction all the time. It's so sad. I'm just waiting for 2 more to go off. So I'm just kind of like looking at your comments. Same one I posted earlier, Sunny. I don't know, Deb, like the one that came in, the email for me, it came in like, let me just take a look actually. That one came in at 12:39, so that was only like 8 minutes ago. Like I literally got it while. Okay. Yeah, Deb, like that one literally came in while we were doing the live at the same time. So, and I'm thinking it's that big long spew that's on there. So I don't know. Yeah, we like it, especially when they hit the like button, don't we? Yeah. Okay. So, boom, 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 boom. Let's go back to this stuff. So comes now attorney Bradley A. Rozzi. Charmaine, thank you so much. And again, congrats to the people that all got their membership. Which is, I love the memberships when people do those ones, because it's like, basically killing, that's the bad word, killing one bird with two stones. But, so it's like paying it forward, it helps the channel. And then 5 people get a membership for a month to play with emojis or whatever. I haven't actually done a members live in a while, have I? Keep kind of forgetting about those. But our next fun event is Halloween. Comes now attorney Bradley Rozzi, counsel for Richard M. Allen, and in the support of verified notice of continuing representation, now swears and affirms as follows. On November 14, 2022, counsel entered his appearance on behalf of Richard M. Allen. Counsel has engaged in continuous representation of defendant Allen since that date and time. On October 12, 2023, the court communicated with prosecutor McClellan, attorney Rozzi, and Baldwin, at which time the court ordered Rozzi and Baldwin to cease work on Mr. Allen's case until the parties were set to appear. So the court ordered that they were to cease work on Mr. Allen's case. Right. Until the parties were set to appear in court on October 19th. The chilling effect of the court's emailed order was essentially stripped defendant Allen of his Sixth Amendment right to representation and essentially disarmed attorney Rozzi, Baldwin, and defendant Allen during the week leading up to the scheduled hearing, which was ordered by the court. Oh, there's that word again. Thank you. Oh, don't forget to hit your Rickroll thing. Hold on. Where's our Rickroll? Mustang, was it your payday today or something? There, I've got to put our Rickroll out there. Thank you very much, Mustang. I'm feeling like it was your payday today. Even though it's Thursday, that would be an odd day. But thank you very much for the super sticker. And for the tacos. If you give her an inch, I like about at least 6 inches. Just saying, Ben. But anyways, back on to... You're so inappropriate, Ben. That sua sponte. In an October 17, 2023 email, attorney Rozzi requested a conference to determine what we, the court, prosecuting defense counsel, are trying to accomplish on Thursday, especially in the terms of what is expected of us while we are on the record in open court. In response, the court ordered both the defense and prosecutor to appear in chambers at 12:30 p.m. on October 19th. On October 19, 2023, attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin appeared at the Allen County Courthouse in advance of the 2 p.m. hearing. This was prompted by attorney Rozzi requesting that the parties communicate in advance of the scheduled hearing. Attorney Rozzi and Baldwin appeared in the chambers on the 19th at approximately 12:30 p.m., at which time the prosecution was present. Attorney Rozzi, of the understanding that the court reporter secured an audio recording of the chamber conference, which took place in 2 parts. The court first conducted business as it related to several pending motions by communicating with the parties and issuing rulings on said motions. The court then read a prepared statement to attorney Rozzi and Baldwin, identifying various issues throughout the case, through which the attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin exercised gross negligence in carrying out their responsibilities as counsel for a defendant. The court then suggested that attorneys Rozzi Baldwin engage in a discussion outside of chambers regarding the allegations. Attorney Rozzi Baldwin asked for clarification, at which time the court communicated to attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin. I was just gonna say like R&B, right? You guys, we'll just call them R&B. That there were two distinct options: either voluntarily withdraw their appearances and exit the courthouse in advance of the hearing, or two, participate in the 2 p.m. hearing in the courtroom where the media camera was installed, the national media was present, and that the law enforcement community was seated in the jury box directly behind the defense counsel table, at which time the court would read the prepared statement into the record and then disqualify. Okay, so it was to disqualify both. I was curious, like if it was for one, like if it was for Baldwin and then Rozzi, like they just, you know, teamed up and was like, nope. But anyways, so it was for both. Um, Rozzi and Attorney Baldwin in the presence of the defendant, Allen, his family, and the general public. After waiting approximately 1.5 hours for defendant Allen, remember that Hennessy document came out pretty fast there. And that Hennessy document that came out prior, I mean, you could tell that they were being, like, at least Baldwin for sure was being excused or whatever. So I don't know. It just seems like a bunch of word salad to me a little bit here. After waiting approximately 1.5 hours for the defendant Allen to arrive to the courthouse, Rozzi and Attorney Baldwin, okay, R&B, I meant to say, communicated with defendant Allen regarding the stark choice that the court had offered in chambers. Defendant Allen reaffirmed his desire to move forward under the representation of Rozzi, R&B. Gotta catch myself. As of October 24th, defendant Allen objects to the court's attempts to strip him of his current counsel, R&B. What's this stuff on October 12th? Blah, 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 blah. Wherein defendant Allen acknowledged that he was aware. Okay, so on October 12th, 2023, Rozzi filed a correspondence with the court, said the correspondence contained a letter dated October 11th, 2023, signed by defendant Allen, wherein defendant Allen acknowledged that he was aware of the issues regarding crime scene photos that were stolen. After speaking with Mr. Allen, R&B then returned to chambers, at which time Rozzi articulated to the court that the court had engaged in an ambush. Well, that was the word earlier, ambush of defense counsel, entirely void of due process, and that attorney Rozzi would withdraw his appearance, but that said withdrawal was not okay, and that attorney Rozzi would withdraw his appearance. I think that's what you're talking about, right, Deb? Like that part right there. Entirely void of due process, and the attorney Rozzi would withdraw his appearance, but that said withdrawal as was not a voluntarily withdrawal, because the court made it clear that if Rozzi did not agree to withdraw, the court would publicly shame him in front of the world and his client before forcing him off of the case by disqualifying him. All of these events in chambers occurred without any formal allegations of contemptuous behavior by R&B, without any pending pleadings requesting disqualification of defense counsel, and without any pending disciplinary complaints with the Indiana Supreme Court Disciplinary Commission. In total, attorneys R&B have practiced law in the state of Indiana for more than 50 years without a single substantiated finding of a disciplinary action against either. And no time while in chambers did the court ever articulate either attorney R&B that their conduct compromised defendant Allen's defense in any way. In fact, the defendant Allen himself doesn't believe this to be the case. There was no bona fide facts or circumstances where an attorney Rozzi engaged in gross negligence, nor was there anything or any showing that any conduct by Rozzi resulted in negative consequences to another party, i.e., defendant Allen. In sum, attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin did nothing to compromise Richard M. Allen's defense. Attorney Rozzi oral, what? What's that word? Acquiescence? I don't know. too big of a word for my vocabulary. To withdraw, like that's too big of a word, people. To withdraw his appearance as defendant Allen's attorney was forced, coerced, and driven only by the circumstances created by the tribunal, which delivered two terrible options: quit or be shamed in public before being disqualified from representing Mr. Allen. The court's premeditated ambush of the defense placed attorneys. Well, I'm finding that hard to believe about the whole ambush thing because of the documents that came out before the hearing, like a couple hours before, whatever it was. Remember, like I said, those with the Hennessy there, that they were clearly talking about, being freaking dismissed or whatever. Mhm, mhm, mhm. So I don't think it was this big ambush like they're putting out there. But then again, this just reminds me of the 136 pages. You put shit in there that makes it sound good and whatever, and it doesn't mean like so. Right, that's their side. Then there's the other side, say Judge Gull side and stuff like that. So I'll take it with the grain of salt because this is just again their version of how they're putting it. Um, the trial court stated intention to read and prepared statement criticizing defense counsel's created an impossible ethical bind. If counsel did not agree to withdraw in chambers, the trial court would publicly disparage the representation of the accused, framing their advocacy on his behalf as gross negligence, casting both counsel and the merits of their client's defense in a negative light. This public statement and circumstance created by the trial court risks tainting the jury pool. Really? The public statement and circumstances created by the trial court risk tainting the jury pool? Really? With all the crap that they were putting out there? Come on now. Harming their client's defense, undermining their professional relationship with the client, and possibly creating an actual conflict for their continued representation. The jury trial in this matter is set to commence on January 8th, 2024, a full 1 year and 3 months after the arrest of defendant Allen. Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys. Freaking, it's a lot when you keep. I don't got Adam here to split it up with me. The appointment of the successor attorneys will prejudice defendant Allen by and through further delays in his case and trial. If, however, attorney Rozzi moves forward with his representation of defendant Allen, there will be no need for mere two newly appointed attorneys to dedicate hundreds and thousands of hours towards a mere review of the discovery, which continues to pour in as recent as late September. There will be no need to marshal all the discovery and return it to the prosecution. There will be no need to bring up to speed new staff members, investigators, and possibly a new set of experts to address that many complicated issues that have already been addressed by the defense. A new defense team would likely result in a shifting of the strategy and approach of Allen's current defense team, which in turn would further delay and compromise. Well, I mean, obviously that's going to happen if that's the case. Finally, any successor lawyer would have to have the convenience of working with Rozzi to become familiar with the subject matter in a much more efficient and fiscally responsible way. All these truths sway in favor of Richard Allen's choice to maintain attorney Rozzi and his counsel of record. There are no circumstances under Rule 1.16 of the Indiana Professional Conduct which warrant the withdrawal of attorney Rozzi's representation of defendant Allen. Attorney Rozzi notices at the court of this court of his intention to move forward with the representation of the defendant Allen until a final disposition of this matter. And then, of course, it's just sign stuff. And then there will be, I'll just pull it up, but I won't read it right away. Because there's just, I think this is the last one here. Oh, well, this is the last one here. Might as well just read it, right? Okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce that word anymore. Precipi? It's like recipe, but precipi? Precipi? Good enough. For transcript. Comes now the defendant, Richard M. Allen, by counsel Rozzi, and files his, we'll call it a precipi, okay, just for the sake of it, even if I'm wrong, for transcript in the above captioned matter. Said transcript shall be of the in-chamber two-part hearing held on October 19th, 2023, in front of Honorable Francis Gull, including the original recording and transcript thereof. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong here. Precipice. Is that it? It's been a while since we had that one. Remember, we had another order that said precipice. Precipice. Oh, what a name, precipice. Okay. Like that word doesn't even look right as you look at it. It's like recipe with a weird thing and filed it. Anyways, let's see here. Precipice. Okay, so you got precipice and precipice. Come on, girls, fight it out. Which one is it? So are we still on for Jan? So my thing is this, is that, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seemed like all the stuff was, besides the 136 page document dump, but it just seemed like everything was coming from Baldwin's side of things. And that Rozzi, like, to me, I always felt like that if anything, it would be Baldwin and Rozzi would stay. And kind of like that day in court, I felt like Rozzi, like if anyone would be on it, would be Rozzi. So is it kind of like, am I feeling like it's because like he didn't really do anything wrong? And so he's like, nah, this is bullshit. Like, you know, was like in the simplest of terms of layman, like I didn't do shit wrong. So like this is bullcrap type of thing. Would that kind of sum it up? Who dis? Anybody? Charmaine? Um, it was an ambush. Judge could have told them prior. Well, yeah, but that document came out. I guess the thing is, bottom line is, um, I'm not a lawyer, you know. So unless someone is a lawyer in here that kind of knows and understands those documents in that way, um, like I can't see like that Judge Gull is constantly sitting there throwing herself underneath the bus, risking that. Well, that's what it feels like, right? So I was right. Precipe, precipe, precipe. Is that it? I know Snapple facts and play an attorney on Facebook. Who dis? Are you sure? Because aren't you the one that ends up in Facebook jail all the time? Not a very good attorney, then. Check out Delphi docket. Just posted. CK. Delphi. Oh, you talking about Delphi docket? You talking about chasing paper, the docket? Just posted a boatload of new orders from the judge. Here, let me just quickly go to that. Okay, because let me look at. Let me just take a look at something here for a sec. Which is the one that Adam sent me? Yeah. Thing is, it's kind of like the ones that I hate seeing things in phone. Like, when I was clicking, Deb, when I was clicking on your documents that you had in the, I was tapping my fingers waiting for Faith to get back to me, and then I clicked on yours, and then they look whatever, but then when you click on them, they're like the phone size, like the long elongated ones, and I like the typical, like the regular version in a sense. But the phone size, it was like just like the ones that Adam sent me too. It's like I look at them, they look like they're whatever, and then I click on them and they're like that phone size version. What was I just looking for? Oh no, I'm looking in the wrong chat here. Well, is it that? What's that? Yeah, Ivy, that's the one that you put into group chat, right? That's what I'm talking about. So let's just do I have Docs Pop open still? Yeah, I do. So hold on a second here. Hey Alexa, no talking about courts. Oh, okay. Court online. Oh, okay. Let's see. Deborah, you are at your 1,000 subscribers yet, by the way? Because you're so close. My husband should be homesick. Let's see here. So share. Hold on, let me take this off of here. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. So where are you, my little friend? Where's the there? Okay. So yeah, so like this is all the stuff, you guys, like 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26, 26. Then they doubled it up. Then they did another one saying administrative event regarding an order issued entered twice in the air. So this is the one that says court notes the following pleadings, which may be resolved without further argument or hearing. Defendant motion for broadcasting order is overbroad. The court will consider broadcast request by the media after the notice to the defense and the state on hearing by hearing basis. Therefore, the motion for broadcasting order is denied. Defendant's motion to quash subpoenas requested by the state for defendant's medical and mental records is granted, as the state is not entitled to such records. 3. Defendant's verified motion for immediate transfer of custody is denied based upon state's response and attached affidavit. The defense multiple motions for Frank's hearing remains unresolved as the court is still reviewing the thousands of pages of exhibits attached to the motions, as well as the multiple hours of digital evidence submitted by counsel. The court will continue to review the same. Defendant's motion to suppress and supplemental motions to suppress, as well as the state's responses, will be set for hearing upon resolution of the defense Frank's motion. Prior to scheduling hearing this date, Attorney Rozzi and Baldwin advised the court they will be withdrawing their representation of the defendant. Court accepts the representations and orders them withdrawn from the cause. Counsel ordered to comply with the previously entered protective order on discovery and are ordered to turn over discovery over in full to the state of Indiana to be made available to the successor counsel. Court requests their cooperation with requiring them to successor counsel in the best interest of their former client, but it is not requiring them to cooperate. Court will maintain the hearing currently scheduled on October 31st at 9 a.m. in the Carroll County Court for successor counsel to appear. Clerk of the Carroll County Circuit Court ordered to remove attorneys Baldwin and Rozzi as attorneys of the record in this cause. Okay, so I think that's one that we were talking about, guys? When it came in. There it is. The judge saying Rozzi and Baldwin both quit in the course of the meeting in her chambers. Now Rozzi backpedaling on that. If I were the judge, I'd be PO'd. Okay, wait. Did I? Because maybe I'm just too tired. Did it say in this part that they quit? Did I mean like sometimes when you're reading it, it's like you're not absorbing it the same as when you're reading it yourself, like to yourself. Court the following pleadings. Denied. Court accept. Oh, wait. Court accepts their representations and orders them withdraw from the cause. Wait, attorneys recommend advise the court that they will be okay. So that's what you're talking about right here. Attorneys Rozzi and Baldwin advise the court that they will be withdrawing the representation of the defendant. Court accepts their representations and orders them withdrawn for the cause. Okay. Says that they advise the court that they will be withdrawing. Right. Well, and that's, I think, like part 2 is obviously the audio. Because on the audio, right, there can be no discrepancy there unless someone fudges with it. But, posy. Ring around the posy, pocket full of Rozzi. So Rozzi, here, I'll put this up. Rozzi said, I quit in the heat of the moment without realizing the consequences. That's how I feel. Like, this case is sure just it's something else, honestly. And it's it's not like, it's like you laugh because it's like a circus in a sense, and it's such a it's such a disservice to Abby and Libby's case. Like, just these constant, we'll call them hiccups along the way. Like, not even hiccups, man. It's a tragedy, really, what keeps happening to Abby and Libby. And I really am concerned if Abby and Libby are going to get if they're going to get the justice that they deserve. Does anyone in here, with the 63 people watching, does anyone in here think that Abby and Libby are going to get the justice they deserve, or they won't? So 1, if they will, or 2, if you don't think that they will. And when I say justice that they deserve, that, at some point that's, someone's going to spend their life in prison for the murders of Abby and Libby. Does she have to consider Rick's, though, about... No, not really. She doesn't have to consider Rick, because the court's the one that appoints. I mean, the court's, like, bottom line is that these are court appointed attorneys, so really, Richard Allen doesn't really have a say in it at all, because these are paid for by the court, Ah, there you go. See, Charmaine spoke for me there too. So, Carolyn, Kurt's you think no. Lizette, I think they will get their justice, but it will take a while to get there. Well, Kate, I want to say something, because this one's kind of throwing me off here a little bit. Give me 1 second. Rozzi changed his mind. I think the judge will end up reading her prepared statement and excuse him, but there could be consequences if Rozzi's motion isn't properly considered. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think at this point I just probably like to see Richard Allen get new counsel, and but one question I was wanting to ask about this. So, no, I guess they still could, right? The confessions, that he gave to his mom and his wife and whatever. I mean, those can still be used, right? Because that really was like, obviously there's recordings from the prison. So those can still be used, correct? I would assume. Yeah, he'd have to pay out of his own pockets if he wants to hire someone. Or maybe that was a cat. That was my husband home. Husband? Is he home? Husband? Are you home? Wait, 6 minutes ago? There's another one? Shit. Is there another Ducks Bob? The heck? Or is that an old one? Oh no, there's another one. It says wait, what? A relationship between the two actors has been deleted from this case. This usually denotes legal representation. A party has been deleted from this case. Okay, hold on. A relationship between the two actors. Hold on. Oh, I hear your husband. Hi, husband. So 26. That one. Continuance. Motion to disqualify. Notice of continuing representation. Am I missing something here? Let me go look in my email there again. Brought to you by Docs Pop. A relationship between two actors has been deleted from this case. This usually denotes legal representation. A party has been deleted from this case. Did you guys get that as well? And Slicknick, it's not a personal conflict, it's ethical violations. Please hit. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, Charmaine Baldwin. But did you get that as well? Like, it was just kind of like, I mean, I'm on DocSpot, but like, I'm just like, well, where am I seeing that? Like, I'm confused. Why am I reading that in my email from DocSpot? I guess if you're following it, it says that. I don't know, kind of confused me on that one. Baldwin was probably, yeah, check up under Richard's name at the top. Yeah, maybe that's right. Attorneys, parties involved, attorneys. It just says McClelland. It's just saying attorneys, and it just says McClelland. That's it. Let's see here. Let me look at these ones. Hi, husband. Right, yeah. What do you have for me? A coffee? Thank you.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking. I'm on a live. What you doing?
Giving you your coffee.
No, I was going to say something, but I forget now. Yeah, no, we're just going over Richard Allen, different things, the motions. Okay. They're trying to disqualify the judge now. Rozzi is. It's all messed up. Anyway, thank you. Love you. Okay, so I'm just going to come back to you, Hudis. Hi, Mr. Sunny. Oh, he's gone now. Who am I talking to? You know, like for all you people, sorry that got like watch Linda from what's her name? What's it? It's a Crime. It's a Crime. I think Linda from It's a Crime. Remember they would always call her husband Mr. Linda, you know? And it's one of those things that next thing you know, like they're like, I don't know that they're actually divorced at this point, but they're definitely separated and like the relationship's over. Um, but it was one of those things that it was almost like, you know, when you think from the outside that a relationship sounds like it's really good, and then next thing I know, I'm watching her and she kind of comes back because she's been gone for a while. And I don't really watch her that much. I used to watch her a lot more when we were on the Suzanne Morphew case. And then all of a sudden it was like, wait, what? Wait, what? Your marriage is over? Oh, you know. Sent her a nice email, never got nothing back. Sent her a nice email. And that's when I was like, okay, Canadians. I can get a better response from an American than a Canadian, except for Charmaine. It's not the Bar Association, but Ethical Commission. I hear this judge is going to run for Supreme Court. Pretty sure she is on the up and up. Okay. I personally think that, I don't know. I personally think that it's going to move forward with different attorneys. And, you know, these are just part of the game, you know, that's going on here. But I guess we will see. Like, oh, it's in your mess. Oh, okay, my messenger. Hey, Adam. No, that's the wrong one. Okay. Yeah. Just looking at what Adam sent here. Filed. How can you file something on the 28th of the 10th? How can you do that? I'm confused. Stop screen message. I need to come to this for a second. That's not it. And no, I need to go here. And I need to go here. So State of Indiana versus Richard Allen filed the 10th of the 28th, but yet this is of 2022. Okay, so of 2022, a relationship between two has been deleted from the case. This usually denotes legal representation. Okay, a party has been deleted from this case. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So you guys just help me out here because I'm kind of confused at the moment. So is Rozzi still Richard Allen's lawyer? Just simply yes or no would be great. I'm kind of confused. Because if they quit. Oh, there, my buddy's here. Hey, buddy. Hey.
So yeah, according to my case, they have been removed.
Yeah, they have, right?
They are gone.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
So even if Rozzi is, you know, he filed a motion which will have to be, you know, addressed, I guess, but she removed him, and that was as of the 19th. You know, that just hit my case today, but that order was issued on the 19th.
Yeah. Okay. Per Richard, he is still his attorney. Okay. Yeah, because I was just confused there. I'm like, wait a second. So is he his lawyer or not? Because if they quit, then you know it's not one of those things where you go, oh, actually, you know, and so like, what do you think?
And you can take that down. It was just to describe that, you know, what you know, how those are listed.
Yeah, I could. But then it pops us like this, and I don't feel like being that big right now. I just feel like being meek. I was literally, Charmaine can verify, I was literally lying in bed, and I was talking to Charmaine for a few minutes. Um, I was just listening her texting me how much she loves us and loves coming to the channel, but that I'm her favorite over you is specifically the word she used. Sorry about that, Adam. You have your own favorites. She was like sitting there, and my eyes were half closing, and she's like, "Have a good nap," because I said I was going for a nap. And as soon as I did that, within a few minutes, bing, um, freaking Defense Diaries has got documents. And I'm like, wait, what documents? I freaking emailed, where's my documents that were confidential? But then I looked and they came out at like 11:10, like literally they're live. Like they literally got those documents and were like right on fast. Right, Charmaine? Charmaine knows.
Well, when I requested them, only one was available that was not confidential. And that was the 2-page one.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And I requested them after they were all out. So they must have made some of them confidential.
Well, I don't know, because like sometimes Faith, I don't know, because she sent me one document at first, and then she's like, well, I can send you the other ones that were filed yesterday, which was about the judge. And I'm like, well, they just came out today. But anyway, back to my quick story. Yeah. So I was literally, okay. After I got off the live today, I went and I did the dishes, mopped, swept, cleaned the cat litter box, all that stuff. I'm like, I'm gonna lie down and then I'll finish the bedroom later. Right, Charmaine? Did not happen. So it's like I'm sleep deprived, people. I probably had about 6 hours sleep in the last 2 days. And so that's why I feel like I just want to like crawl, crawl away. And considering, I don't know, like, do you still want to do a live tonight, even though we've done this?
I think we could just save it for tomorrow night. And just wrap it all into the one thing.
Jen's like, yes. I might do it. I might do a live tonight, but it won't be Delphi. It might be just about updating on the other cases. The cases that only like we'll do some updates on some of the cases.
Yeah.
We all know that only about 16 people are going to show up pretty much anyway, maximum 20. Because a lot of people don't know about some of those cases going on, or like legit don't care, one of the two. Which is the Aaron Pennington one. And of course, we all know about the one from yes. Lag. Did you see that? I just world. Yeah. And which is Robert Card, and stuff like that. And what about Greenlee's name? Sandy Aspen, please check that out on my case. What? Check what out? Hold on. We gotta stop. For a second.
Yeah, what are you talking about with Greenlee's name? Because I mean, he was in the broadcast thing, but or are you saying somewhere else, Jen?
Jen sees Greenlee's name. What is he gonna represent, Richard Allen now?
He's not a defense attorney.
He can become one. What were we just talking about? Oh yeah, and Fig has. Well, I mean, he has Brett from the Prosecutors podcast on tonight, and he's at whatever time.
Yeah.
Whatever time it is.
9:30 Eastern time. And I actually before they were removed off this, I had Fig ask Brett who decides on the issue to have Gull removed, and he said Gull decides.
Oh, that's what. Sorry, I'm just looking.
Which sounds weird to me, but that's what Brett from the Prosecutors podcast said.
We need to have him on here too. I like.
He doesn't love us. He doesn't love us like he loves Fig. I've never talked to him, to be honest.
Come on now. Hold on. I gotta fix my camera. No.
Just sent a
You know what?
screenshot to the Facebook message.
They actually follow me on Twitter. Actually, I didn't know that, to be honest. I should go see if I follow them, to be honest.
Jen said she sent you a message on Facebook Messenger, Sonny.
Facebook Messenger. Okay. You know what? Yeah, give me a sec because my camera's pissed me off too. Go ahead, Adam. Keep them company for a second. Let me look at my messenger.
Wow. I would love that, Ben. I would like both of them, actually. But I'm sure Fig's going to do a great job with Brett this evening.
Don't tell Fig that I said this, but we would probably do it better. Or we would probably have more fun. Okay? So Fig can be the more serious one. We'll be the funner party to come to. Yeah. I don't see Gen C in Facebook Messenger. Where? I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see nothing. Is Jenny drinking some of Stepha's good stuff? Someone like that. Jen just sent a screenshot, to the Facebook. Oh, to the Facebook page. Are you talking about the It's a Crime and Shame Facebook page?
Oh, yeah, the Facebook page Messenger.
Oh, I never look at that. I always forget about it, to be honest. But let me go try to see if I can find it. It's only because Facebook drives me batty. I can never find anything. Like, seriously. I don't know how Facebook with this whole meta crap ever got so freaking hard to figure out where a freaking message is and stuff like that. Like, I literally, legitly, I'm on it. MetaSuite? See, like, where do I even see it? I can find sometimes things. Oh, I think it's right here 3 minutes ago. Hey, Jen, I do have a couple brain cells left. Oh, I see. So it says, okay, here, I'm just going to screen it.
I believe, I'll tell you, I believe that that's it. That's a reference, I believe, to the fact that Greenlee's name was on one of the broadcast media things. And so I think they're just listed all of the attorneys that are on there. And the other attorneys' names that are on there, I think, are also from the broadcasting thing, other than McClelland's, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's to me exactly why they're on it. Here, I'll pull it up though, so other people can take a look. Just because we can. I just gotta go back to my other Facebook now. It's a crime and shame. Oh my goodness. Why does life have to be difficult? It's a crime and shame. How do I get back to my regular Facebook? Frick's sakes. See, I can't stand Facebook anymore. It used to be simple. Now it just drives me batty. Like I said, from my iPad, from my computer, I can do certain things, and from my iPad, I can do some other things. But sometimes you can't do everything, like on Twitter. Okay, sorry. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry, not sorry, actually. There we go. Okay. So that's where she's seeing it right there. Yeah. Remember they had their like little filings when they were requesting information and stuff. It might not even just been about the broadcasting, but they were requesting, Adam, remember when they were requesting basically that they said, and I think they even took credit for it. I'm not sure like how that went about, but remember they were the ones that actually was like, hey, they filed like almost like a complaint about that this information should be public and not, confidential. Like,
right.
Remember, I think that's what this is to do with, if I'm not mistaken, that was the one, because and then next thing you know, it's like,
oh yeah, because remember, because Kevin Greenlee, they're ones that requested that stuff to be made public. Remember when they prepared that like 170 document file?
Yeah.
That feels like a million years ago now, and that was just
Okay.
what, May or June?
Is my Timmy? Good morning.
Coffee?
Yeah. No.
Yum.
It needs rum. That's what it needs. It needs some rum in it. Okay. So, anyways, so I don't know. You know what? So, let's go back to what you were saying there. So you're saying, because this question was posed, and I think it was Jen that asked it, which was about like who answers back to the judge. And I'm like, good question. So you're saying that
according to Brett's podcast, it's Judge Gull herself. But, you know, because I was curious about that. I was like, is it the Supreme Court? Is there a council that does that?
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Like, or that's what I was thinking. Like, is it Supreme Court? You had a chance to redeem
I'm sure he'll talk about it tonight on Fig's interview.
Oh yeah. Well, he just got lucky that all those documents just came out too in the nick of time for tonight.
Or he has to prepare all new questions.
Or you have to prepare, right? Yeah. I don't. There's sometimes I sit there and I go write down questions. I just can't find it in me to like. I try. I was looking for my notebook the other day, and I know I got multiple notebooks around this place somewhere. But anyways, I was looking for my notebook, and I'm like, husband, did you scoop up my notebook? Because sometimes when they were playing darts, he's like, nope, you got it. Think I can find it? Have it around me. Because there are times, Dad, that I actually do pick up that pencil and start to write down something. There's been maybe a couple instances in the entire 3 years where I've literally picked up that notepad and actually wrote a couple things to ask them. I got to get better at that. Because it's just because, so me and Adam were just talking about this the other day, because we can just flow a conversation. And, you know, it's just one of those things, right? Like either you can do it or you can't. Some people have the ability, just not. And many times, actually, I've been given compliments for how, you know, I can just roll things. I think Deb was one of them, actually. It gave us like, because you know me and you can just easily do a live and have no set structure to it, because we know that we can just talk about it and we don't have to ask necessarily those questions, even if it's just a random person. You know,
right.
I have no problem just somebody coming on a live and just rolling.
I always have an idea of what I want to ask, but it's, you know, but I don't necessarily always formally write it down. But I mean, I know exactly what I want to know.
Yeah, like there's questions I have in my head, and then they just kind of stay there, and then it's like, oh yeah.
Sometimes I write some down, and then sometimes I don't.
Deb's probably freaking putting your fingers down the scratch board, going, "Yeah, I know, Sonny, you guys can't." But you know, I mean, I'm proud of myself when I do pick up that pen once in a while. You can't change an old dog new tricks. It's not going to happen. I might, you know, I mean, even just thinking to pick up the pen and writing down is a feat for me, to be honest with you. But anyways, yeah. So, but still going back to that. So I was kind of making fun of that, right? Because I'm like, yeah, so what's Judge Gull going to do? Write herself back, basically going, you know, you know, like, yeah, no, I think I'm not going to remove myself from the case. So in saying that, that's so strange that she adds, is somebody dinging? I keep hearing a ding going off. But anyways, so yeah, so I was thinking like you, like Superior Court, you know, and yeah, you're saying that Brett from the Prosecutor's Podcast is saying that the judge answers herself back. You know, obviously she'll be coming back and going, well, according to this law, and this law, and So let me ask you your opinion, though, Adam. What do you think about it all? Like the stuff that he put, like the stuff that was put there about the, you know, to remove her, basically, as the judge.
Was to me, it was an example of him doubling down, them being upset about the fact that they were going to be reprimanded for their own incompetence. Yeah. I mean, and then, some of the language they used in that, I mean, how the memorandum being such a impressive legal document that was lauded by legal experts across the country, and how that, what was one of the quotes I read?
About the ambush. Okay, ambush.
Yeah.
I like these new words that they're coming up with, though.
The choice was presented to suffer a public shaming and be removed from the case, or to voluntarily withdraw. The same day, the Judge Gull prepared statement that she threatened to read to the public, alleging defense counsel was grossly negligent.
Yeah.
This was an accident that happens routinely to most people. Like, what? An accident that happens routinely to most people.
Who this isn't on our side, just saying.
Well, and that's fine. Yeah. I mean, I think it's important. If you want to argue like mistakes by the court, that's fair. I'm not gonna agree with the information I've seen, but I mean, it's fair to always question and argue those things. But to me, this was just an example of them doubling down on the exact reasons they were being removed from the case to begin with.
That's right. Well, that's what I was saying, right? That's exactly what my thoughts were too. Who dis? It's 2 against 1 now. Just saying. No, just kidding. She knows I'm teasing. But no, that's kind of the same feeling I was as you, just like what you said there. And I was just like, they're the one. I mean, it's their incompetence, And like I said, I don't know anything about that part of it. Like at what point can attorneys be removed and what's deemed as, like now it's gone too far because now this case is going to cause an appeal because of, all this, whatever going on. I don't know.
Right. Because remember, like Hennessy also turned around and then said, that they fought tirelessly for the innocence of their client. Well, no, they didn't. They, rather than face the music for the actions that came from Baldwin's office, he quit. He didn't want to get publicly reprimanded for his own mistakes, and so he quit.
No,
Judge Gull gave them, she was probably going to remove them after she let the state present witnesses that were going to prove how the office of the defense created an environment in which this leak took place. They didn't want that to be public, so they quit.
I can see it. I can see Rozzi quitting, like in the heat of the moment, like they're all pissy and whatever. So I think when Charmaine say I'm willing to wait for the transcript, I think we're talking about the audio transcript. That's how I'm taking that, because they said like 2 parts. And I think that the part that I read earlier was the part, where it's talking about them quitting. So I'm thinking that the second part, that's what you're talking about, right, Charmaine? Is the audio transcript, the second part of it, because they want the audio from inside her chambers. Is that what she's talking about, you think?
Yeah, and I agree, Jen. Jen says, but if they didn't do anything wrong and have been attorneys for 50 years with no issues, why not face the board and defend yourself? Instead, let's write more motions and filings, hide behind the pen.
Oh, yeah. Let me see. You don't have a... Okay. But if they didn't do anything wrong and have been attorneys for 50 years with no issues, why not face the board and defend yourself? Instead, let's write more. You're right. Yeah, I thought the same thing when I was reading that, actually. It's kind of like, here they're saying about 50 years with no issues. Well, then, right?
Right.
Defend yourself. Who just says, you don't have a hearing like this and start at 2 p.m. if you expect
you do. Hey, who does you do if it's the very first opening in that calendar? And Judge Gull had a full court calendar that morning. I looked. This was, essentially an emergency hearing because information was being leaked from the defense. So if it had to have been continued the next day, I believe they would have just kept going even after court ended at 5. It would have gone till probably 6 or so. But I think, that's speculating. We're both putting in a hypothetical situation that didn't happen. So, but she did have a full court calendar that morning.
And you notice how he was kind of twisting it back as well, like when he was like, You know how, remember when Fran Gull came out, gave the speech, basically like an unexpected turn of events and whatever like that. I find it funny because considering that document came out with Hennessy on it, talking about the removal, basically, like the wording was basically towards removal. Like there was no sugarcoating that. That's what it was talking about. So I find it funny how, and you know how I kind of said too, like when somebody to the public, kind of softens the blow in a sense, instead of saying, look, Rozzi and Baldwin are going to be removed from the case and ridiculing them and, in public, to me, she took more of the more appropriate way of saying it, I guess, that's how I felt. But he was trying to like say, well, here she said this in chambers. And then she was like an unexpected turn of events. And, well, obviously not, because we were ambushed. I'm like, well, I don't think you were so much ambushed because that filing came out before the actual hearing.
Right. And they knew about the hearing that, I don't think that, well, I don't know. But I do know that, she ordered them to be removed from the case on the 19th. So she didn't do this in a response to this coming out today.
Right, Ivy. Gull herself said Rozzi would be filing a written motion of withdrawal. He didn't. In my information, this is a huge mistake that the judge is making. She shouldn't let it play out. And well, I mean, hey, if it's on recording, that's just as good as freaking in writing. Like, it's the same thing. If it's on audio, then that's just as good. So I'll let Rozzi loose. She shouldn't let it play out and let Rozzi loose on there. Anyways, it's out. Like I said, it's always, things will happen the way they're going to happen, but it's always nice to have like different thoughts about what's
Absolutely
going to happen or transpire. So Adam, let me go back to this one that we were talking about earlier. Do you believe that Richard Allen is in the best place to be protective for, say, his mental health, whatever, for security? Do you think he's in the best place in Westville, or do you disagree and think that he should be in a county jail? We were kind of having that.
I mean, I would have to. I mean, I've never seen the facilities myself, so I don't know. But if they feel like this is where he's safest, then I don't. Then I think that it's in no one's best interest for something to happen to Richard Allen. So, I mean, we've heard people testify now that that he is safer than he could be anywhere else. That they don't have the facilities to treat him the way he needs other places. But I'm not an expert in that, so I don't know.
No, but it's just a matter of opinion more than us being experts, really, because I mean, nobody really in here is knows for sure, because unless you're sitting there in Westville and know the facility and and that. But I personally feel that Richard Allen is in a safer environment in Westville, and that they're doing their best to protect him from something happening to him. I don't believe he's getting mistreated. I'm going to go with Andrew. When Andrew Bess had said that no, he's getting treated just like the others, like how anybody else would, especially being a high profile case. But we'll see, right? I mean, I think he's in that.
She denied their motion. She denied their motion to move him.
Yeah. Right. Is that in the one that I read last? The one that I was reading from?
It's in the one that was just posted that she issued on the.
Because she had denied. What was that? The defendant's motion to quash subpoenas requested from the defendant. Medical and mental health records is granted. Which is the other one? Let's see, there is granted to the state. 3, the defendant's verified motion for immediate transfer of custody is denied based upon the state's response and attached affidavits. The defense multiple motions for Frank's hearing remains unresolved. Can I just say that the one thing that still is bugging me is, like, in the documents, they said that they had, like, what was it? did they say video or audio? I think it was video of the badges or something like that. And I'm like, okay, but the affidavits clearly say that they don't practice Odinism. So that's why, it's kind of like, well, if their own affidavit is clearly saying that they don't practice Odinism, but they practice like pagan or heathenry or whatever, but they don't practice a Odinism. So what video of the badges do you have then? Like, because it's not going to be in Odin we trust if they literally. So I'm still a little bit confused on that part, about the video part where it says like we have video footage.
Right.
Yeah.
And based on his, and Charmaine, like, according to the motion that she filed on the 19th, apparently according to his intent to withdraw, she removed them both from the case.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's gone.
Yeah. I just personally see it as he's gonna get, like I said, I mean, however far Rozzi wants to push it, I guess, like whatever, against Fran Gull. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I mean, obviously if you're saying that she can reply back to herself, but I'm sure he could file a motion to file it higher.
Right. And then then that'll have to be looked into.
Yeah.
No one should get away with anything that isn't right.
Yeah. What I'm confused of too is what's with this whole free frickin' Richard Allen that's going on? It's like all of a sudden the whole Odinism stuff dies. And then all of a sudden all I keep seeing now is these people in these chats going, free Richard Allen. He's innocent. He's not the bridge guy. And I'm like, what? So we go from the lawyers getting removed to all of a sudden it's not Richard Allen anymore, and forget the fact that he was, like forget any of the evidence whatsoever. Forget the fact that he, said, confessed to it. Forget all that. So somehow all of a sudden the whole Odinism part dies because the lawyers are now off the case, and everyone's like, I keep seeing like this whole, like almost like a free Richard Allen movement.
Absolutely.
I'm like, I mean, he wouldn't be in there if they didn't have enough probable cause. And I clearly myself feel, and from what they've shown, that they have enough probable cause.
Right.
I mean, like from him placing himself there,
it almost feels like at times Richard Allen has more people fighting for his rights than Libby and Abby do.
It does.
And I'm not saying that Richard Allen he should have every constitutional right in the world. I mean, I think that if Richard Allen's innocent, it should be proven that he's innocent. I just think people are making this assumption and this stuff on things that are in defense motions and filings. We haven't seen the state's case. We don't know what evidence they have against Richard Allen. People are making this whole presumption of innocence when they don't have all of the information. And I think that, when it comes down to it, people are going to realize that they potentially were very, very wrong. And I hope they're ashamed of themselves.
I just don't understand how it goes from, so what? So he gets no attorneys. I mean, the same thing has to happen. He's in jail for a reason. But all of a sudden, you could just see this twist and turn of events with people going like, free Richard Allen. And I'm just like, where's this all coming from? Like, meaning it's like a movement almost. And it's like how does one really have to do with the other? It doesn't matter about the defense attorneys. It's a matter about what evidence they had to put him behind, probable cause in the first place, regardless of what attorneys he has. So all of a sudden this whole free Richard Allen movement, I mean, it's one thing if you literally do not agree, but what I'm saying is, right, like, is that all of a sudden, since, all this stuff uprising here, all of a sudden I keep seeing people in the chat going, RA's innocent, free Richard Allen. And I'm like, What the heck? Go a freaking brain cell, people. Like, seriously. Like, what does the defense have to do with why he was arrested in the first place? You know, he was arrested for, obviously, like I said, like most people, you know, I'm sure the percentage is pretty high that typically when they arrest someone, I'm pretty sure the percentage is pretty high that they typically have the right person. And then you have those little odd instances where they put the wrong person in jail, or maybe a case got off because they didn't have enough evidence and stuff like that. And that could very well be the case of what happens here. Who knows? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what's going on with this case. It's crazy. What really hurts me is, this is, like I said, this is like the fight for justice for Abby and Libby, and you want the right person to be charged, whether it's Richard Allen or not. Right. But there's there is, I know we don't see everything, like you said, about Richard Allen, what exactly they have, right? For him, the defense was still going through all the freaking discovery.
Right. And of course, if I said he had to prove, I don't mean he had to prove his innocence. Of course, it's on the states to prove the guilt. If I said that, I'm sorry, but you know, he has to uphold his innocence, and the state has to prove his guilt. We don't know what information the defense has or the prosecution has to prove his guilt. So I feel like people are making a presumption of innocence on half the information. And I just think that's premature.
Yeah,
I actually have to get going. You know, Sunny.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll probably go in a few minutes myself. I don't know.
Okay, well, I will see everyone later on then. Bye.
I'm going to start talking about you while you're gone now.
That's fine.
Don't listen. Don't listen.
I want to go bury my head in the pillow even though I can't.
That's what I should be doing, is having a nap. But now I'm like, teaching. I'm awake. I'll probably get tired. You know how you go through different spurts. But anyways, buddy, I'll talk to you later, okay?
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh, I almost ended the stream.
I remember when, for the people that didn't notice, when I didn't end the stream. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye. Later. The Odinism theory needs to die. Well, we'll see what happens there, right? With that, I don't know. There's going to be definitely people still digging into the whole Odinism thing. I mean, I would like it to die because I think that's where it belongs, you know, buried in a grave somewhere. It's ridiculous. Here, let me put your comment up here so I'm not looking that way. It's ridiculous. Allegations against the judge and Ali, though, need to be looked into, just like everything the defense had done needs to be looked into, you know. Yeah. I hope Charmaine, I hope that it's a clerical error because it looks bad. What's a clerical error? All of a sudden, what went through my mind when you said clerical error, I couldn't help but think of Richard Allen's file going, you know, underneath a white man or something like that. And nobody recognized him for 6 years, that he was the only person that somebody saw at the bridge, you know, the day and stuff like that. I don't know. You know, this case is... it's honestly just crazy. Like, I can't even get a proper thought anymore of what possibly could have happened to Abby and Libby, because this case is just so twisted, you know? Like, that's the thing of it, right? Like, you know, it's going to boil down to money, drugs, or, you know, like your typical columns that kind of happen about why someone dies, right? It's usually always underneath those same categories. But I just hope for Abby and Libby's sake we truly find out exactly what happened. I'm not holding my breath, though. You know, I'm going to have to pray a lot harder or something that those girls get that justice that they deserve, because this is just stinking ridiculous, this case. I wrote my comment wrong. I'm going to say she's partial, not impartial. He should be... I hate that sentence for this. He is presumed innocent, but he's sitting in jail. So you're not so... I just remember that guy saying it well on that one show I watched. And it was like a cop show where they were talking about that. Because it's such a backwards... like, to me, that's like getting a backhanded compliment You're presumed innocent until found guilty. Yeah, sure. But you're in jail because you're really presumably guilty. And that's hence why you're in that place, because of the evidence against you already, But so I get the term, but I don't like the term either, because to me, if you're innocent, you shouldn't even be in jail at all. You should be out there waiting until your dates come up and that, but that's not how it works. I just that sentence always seems twisted to me. But so everyone always says innocent until proven guilty. Well, great. So sit in jail for 3 years and keep claiming your innocence. But yet, to me, in a sense, they're finding you guilty because that's why you're sitting there. Not that you're going to be found guilty at trial, because you could be found innocent. But, meanwhile, you've literally just been sitting in jail for all that time because of you're so innocent. I don't know. I just find that sentence so backhanded. I think RA is probably guilty, but the same can be argued that you're only considering one side too. I think RA is probably guilty, but the same can be argued that you're only considering one side too. I'm not sure if you're referring that to me or just in general. I consider all sides, to be honest with you. I look at everything myself. I'm not sure if that was a direct comment for me or not, but for me personally, like I said, I look at everything, because I'm not against anything. But when Richard Allen's picture came out, I think I put it in our group chat. I mean, the nose is identical to Richard Allen's, and to go with other things. Before, when I was saying it was Katie and whatever, even though they freaking look alike. But anyways, when you had a picture, then I at least could go back to it and go, oh, because there was always something about the nose that bugged me, and now I can see why in some of those photos that I look at, why the eyes look like they're freaking like close together, because he does have those little freaking beady eyes that are close together. Because there was a couple of things always when I was looking at photos, that I was just like, oh, now that makes sense. Because the nose always bugged me. Because it's like the nose was like on the one side, it was like, kind of pushed up. But once I saw the picture of Richard Allen, like, once he was arrested, then you can kind of go, oh, okay. Still freaky to me how Richard Allen and Katie look alike, meaning when Richard Allen was younger. You got a little dimple chin stuff going on. The only thing that bugs me, well, not really, because pictures have been so distorted over the different ones that have come out. I was going to say the eyes, because in the one picture, it's like the person's eyes has more like this, but Richard Allen has more like this. But yeah, if you look at the one guy on Facebook that moved the nose and whatever back into place, into the proper alignment, and he went over it, I can still see more of a Richard Allen type eye that way. But in some of the other pictures that people have put out there, it's like on the one eye that you can kind of see, how there's the one eye that you can kind of make out, you can see the pupil and stuff like that. But I got it to a point where I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to wait for the frickin', system to do its course, see what evidence all comes out for Richard Allen, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I don't know. For me, Richard Allen, I mean, I'd be lying if I said 100%. If I said 99 point or 95%, I'd probably be more accurate in that, just because there's a couple things that do bug me. But I mean, the nose is a freaking bullseye, because Richard Allen has a nose that like droops down and then his nostrils go up. Fox 59 is now talking about it. Yeah, I usually watch some Fox 59 and stuff like that when they come out with the paperwork, and then they bring their lawyers on or stuff like that. Yes, Gen Z, you're making an assumption of guilt. Well, I think people can make assumptions. I think that's fine. You know? I think Richard Allen did it. Not Richard Allen did it. They have their client. They have did their client an injustice. The only thing they established is that Ari probably didn't act alone. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Lala, you know, I am absolutely lost in my thoughts with Delphi and a couple, you know, some people are preaching it like they know exactly, you know, but we haven't seen any more arrests either, or did just their sloppy. It's frustrating because the sloppiness of this case from the LE side of it and how they handled their stuff, and then the defense doing what they're doing. It's like a freaking nightmare. Like, honestly, I don't even know who to believe or trust what they're saying. Like I said, Doug Carter double talks himself, like I said, all the crap from, the dogs, getting called off, and, the crime scene kind of getting trampled on, and, by, Richard Allen's file getting lost, it just seems like, I don't know. I feel like a defense team, depending on what all the evidence that the prosecution has, I do feel like, regardless if it was Rozzi or Rosie or whatever in Baldwin, I do feel like at this point that I would definitely say there is probable doubt. I wouldn't sit there and say that this was a slam dunk case, by no means. Because I think both sides are just sloppy shit. Can you even get bail in Indiana with that charge? No. With which charge? Like murder? No. Gen Z, that literally was our. Yeah, but if you're still talking about that whole innocent until proven guilty sentence, honestly, it means to me nothing, because really you're sitting in jail, so you're not so innocent until proven guilty. Like if you were sitting in jail, and you did, but I'm innocent, but I gotta sit in jail because they have enough on you to feel like you did something. I just feel like it's a very backward statement, because it just seems that way to me. That's how it represents to me in my brain. I find it a joke that this whole innocent until proven guilty. I get it. I get that a person should be innocent until they're found guilty by a court of law. Yeah. But then I don't want to be sitting in jail if I'm so innocent. So that's why, to me, it's kind of like, that's why that guy, like I said, whatever show I watched, he said it so perfectly, because he basically is saying the same thing that I'm saying right now, is that, yeah, we say innocent until proven guilty, but it's not really that you're innocent until proven guilty, because he said something like, obviously they've got usually enough on you for why you're in there in the first place. Yeah. It's just it's one of those sentences that just kind of rubs me the wrong way whenever I hear it. I live in the mindset that if somebody is accused of taking a life, I am fine with them safely being detained rather than waiting to see if they commit. Yeah. I'm fine with that if they have enough evidence. That's why they were arrested. Would you feel the same if you or someone you care about? I'm guessing you wouldn't. I think that's one of those things where you agree to disagree. Because, again, it's each to our own opinions on how we feel. it's trying to like, to me, that's like almost selling church stuff. You know, you don't go practicing your church stuff on other people, because it's people will find that offensive. So it's like you do you, I do me, and and agree to disagree because every opinion doesn't matter. Sorry, but why are you ticked off, Charmaine? Charmaine, why are you ticked off? Just seeing that now. Why are you ticked off? Did you already say why you're ticked off? Hi, Sarah Harvey. He was out for 5 years. He's safer inside. Can you imagine what they do to him? Okay, I'm not sure what Sarah, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Let me come in here. I would have hoped you'd... Hold on. I gotta catch up. I'm too far behind. Oh my God, I'm so far behind. Sorry. Sherman, what were you ticked off about? Has taken that right and made it into a mockery. Probable cause is kind of a low standard, just saying. I think it is probably too. You know? Okay. What's got your panties in a pinch on this one? Just the whole thing, or what? Like what part of it? Both prosecution and defense will tell them. Both prosecution and defense will tell them to go by the graphic when deciding how to vote. Okay, I'm not sure what that's about. It is probable cause just means it's more than 50%. Yeah, but by whose standards? Like, whose standards though? That's what always gets me. Is like 50% is probable cause, Like, I don't know. It's one of those things by where, like, whose standards is someone deem that that's over the 50% line or whatever? I don't know exactly how that works there, but like I said, like, what all do they have to do for like probable causes? That like a couple things, 3 things, 4 things that they have to show for probable cause? I don't know. Right. And that's just it, right? I guess it's kind of like anything that everyone has their personal, like I said, levels. So what might be 50% to one judge might not seem like it to another judge or whatever. My blood pressure's probably into this. Yeah, I say to me, like, I don't get that heated about stuff, really. Like, yeah, I mean, things frustrate me. The sadness of Abby and Libby, the sadness of the victims is what bugs me. The sadness, like how this case is going saddens me. But, I don't know. Like, there's sometimes when people come into a live and they get all heated and then they have to leave because they can't deal with the topic or what's being said in chat and stuff like that. It does give me a little bit of a giggle because I don't let things get to me like that. I could care less. At the end of the day, I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't get worked up over that stuff because as long as at the end of the day, like, you watch what goes on, you watch the information that comes out, and you have your own personal opinions or thoughts, that's all that matters to me. We haven't seen Discovery yet. Nope. Looks like I need to... Hi, Daisy. How are you? Well, I mean, that's your right to do so. But again, it's each to their own. Right? Like that's to me where it's like, whatever, like, you have the right to your opinion, but I would never let it impact me to the point where I get all frustrated. Like, if I think a whole thing is being stupid, yeah, I'll just probably leave without someone even knowing it. Because I'll be like, oh, that's a waste of my time or whatever. I don't feel like dealing with, you know, those people today and stuff like that. I guess I'm just a kind of a big believer in that we just all have the rights to our opinions, you know, and to sit there and think that somebody's opinion is better than the other person's in a sense. Well, it depends. If it's one thing, if it's a law, that's actually whatever. But for somebody to think that their opinion vetoes over somebody else's opinion, no. So who just sent you the graphic? That? Oh, did you send it to me? Who is? Did you send me something? Yeah, that's exactly it, Charmaine. At the end of the day, whatever. That's exactly the bottom line of this. Is that you just simply want justice for Abby and Libby. And if Richard Allen is that person, or if he's not, bottom line is you just want justice for Libby, Abby, and it to be fair. So that, you know, it's not deemed as appeals and whatever. That is just to be fair. But usually appeals always happen regardless. Hold on a second. Who does? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so you want me to show that? Give me 1 second. I can do that. I'm sorry, who does? I didn't realize that you had sent it or put it into the group chat. I thought you were just talking about it. Okay, so that's what Hudis is talking about here. So proven not guilty, highly unlikely. Guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Red. Okay, so overlay. So they use like a little color scheme there going up. Just 1 second. Just gonna go back to my messenger for a sec. What did Adam send me? Oh, they found him? Shit. Apparently they got Pedro Argote. That's the one that took the life of his wife in Maryland. So that's good. There's an update for you guys. As I was talking about that case. Good. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find my way back over to. Oh, you guys. I thought I lost myself. I got too many tabs open. Thought I lost myself there for a sec. People should all be on the side of justice. Let's see what you've got. Let's see it. Then he can be fairly tried and probably convicted. Well, I'm on the side of justice. I'm on the side of justice for Abby and Libby. I wouldn't want the wrong person to be charged. What I find funny is some people think it's only cops and prosecutors that lie, but never a defense lawyer. Yeah, you're probably right about that for the most part, eh? Thanks, Udis. Person's legal rights aren't opinion. Legal right is what I'm talking about. Nobody should be lying at all in court. Nope, absolutely not. Frickin' put up your hand. You know, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So only one option to vote guilty. You don't vote guilty if it's a maybe. May not be. Perhaps. Suspected. Possibly guilty. Probably guilty. Guilt likely. It's not the same thing. Guilt highly likely. Guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Mm-hmm. So that's what you're saying is the one for probable cause, Hudis? You can do whatever you want, Gen C. Just like Ivy can do whatever she wants. I love Ivy, but I like the fact that people can express their own opinions. Somebody doesn't have to like it. You know, at the end of the day, we're grown-ass adults. I can do what I want. I'm an adult. Daisy, go get some popcorn. Ben, you started all this, didn't you, Sonny? Let's see. Right, Sonny. So now that the defense has made these allegations, let's not dismiss them as more batshit crazy defense tactics. Put it out there. Gen C, no worries. I'm very aware I get more bothered than I should. I'm yelling. Are you yelling? Are you yelling at the computer screen? I think the defense is doing what they exactly what they're supposed to try to do is defense, but I think that they cross their lines by allowing crime scene photos to be taken by a friend of Baldwin and be put out there to the public that they can't protect their own frigging, documents. That's the part that's pissed me off, right? That's part that pissed me off. Is to me, those are tactics. Well, that one not so much. The 136 page, absolutely a freaking tactic. That was a total freaking tactic. And it, meaning I don't know the law, but obviously, Judge Gull, Fran Gull, wouldn't ever remove them if they didn't cross the lines of whatever exactly it is that they cross the lines about. Yeah. This case has its quack jobs in it for sure. But it's a very passionate case to a lot of us. Are you still yelling, Charmaine? Daisy, give Charmaine a hug. Give her some hearts. You want some hearts? Hold on, Charmaine. There we go. There's a heart. Just kidding. Put out the troll one. Here, let's give you some love hearts. There you go. Oh, while you're at it, while you're in your brain, go on a vacation. There you go. There you go. And let's see. Where are we at? Blah, blah, blah. Who dis? They didn't exactly allow it, though. It was done without their knowledge. I don't understand that, who dis. It doesn't matter. Those documents were literally from the office. I don't understand how people justify that. The friend of Baldwin, should he have been even able to look at those documents and those pictures at all? He's not the lawyer on the case. So I don't understand why people defend, by saying that, to be honest with you. It was done with, and that's not necessarily true either. Yeah, we could be told that. That doesn't mean that actually happened that way. But I still don't understand how people defend something that's supposed to be protected, and this person's like, oops, I guess I'm just looking at the crime scene photos. Let me just take some pictures, and he had access. So bottom line is that, the shit goes right back to the top. Who's ever in charge, you're the one accountable. And Baldwin is the one in his office that's accountable for anything that happens in there, regardless. You can't sit there and go, my friend did it. It might suck. Let's say Baldwin had no knowledge of it, and his friend did that to him, right? And it might suck, but the bottom line is, it's still he's the one that's accountable for what happened. You know, it's his office. It's his, you know, whatever, computer or whatever it is. I don't know. They don't even what? Wait, who does say? They don't even have TK prove he is the BG. They have to prove he kidnapped them, which has ultimately led to their murder. But it does matter. But it does matter for their filing. Saying allow makes a huge difference in it being intentional or not. That was my... So it has my attention. Who does? Felony murder is the charge. If he was onlookers and are frustrated, imagine how the families feel. Absolutely. Yeah. It feels so horrible for them. Seriously. Just 7 years of hell, almost. And who knows how many more years, to be honest. Yeah, I think that was right, Stephanie, on that one. In my information, the line was crossed when they described the crime scene and named innocent names. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, absolutely. That was pretty shocking when I saw that. Are you sure you're yelling? Yeah, I'm going to give you an air hug. You go dip into that wine. Even if you don't drink it, dip into it anyway. Yeah. Hold on, let me just talk to my computer for a second. Fuck you, computer. I take it out on my computer. Not going to take it out on anybody else. Fuck you, computer. There we go. I feel better now. Hold on, let me have a sip of my coffee, too. Okay, I'm good. Then suddenly there's an order that they're both removed after for Gull to be DQ'd. Yeah, that's suspicious as fuck. Both removed. You know, let's see the transcript. Let's see it. Yeah. They apparently can't prove he committed the right. Never mind planning it. Apparently they can only prove, like I said, I personally kind of feel that Delphi, like from just what we know without knowing exactly what they have, even with the confessions, I mean, that doesn't help. But it's not one of those cases where I'd be like I would never bet my life on the case that the, you know, about guilt. I think that they have to prove it. But, oh, shoot down.
$8 super chat. $5. Thank you.
You guys can't see me. You guys probably would have seen me almost jump out of my chair on that one. That's nice. Thank you very much, Gil Heard, for that. I kind of was forgetting my camera was off, to be honest with you. But you know, I'm kind of like a waiting. Like I hate waiting, but there's no other option here. You just gotta keep riding the freaking roller coaster, you know, and where it stops, nobody knows, especially with this case. Just trying to look at something here. Wait, what? Hold on. Kyle. Smarty pants. Becky's post here. Let me see if I can share it here. Let me just show it to you guys. Share. Okay. It says, for those of you out there that want to see the photos, here, let me show you photos. These are what you should be seeing, not the ones that should not be seen until trial. And then she has a picture of the girls. Yeah, let's take a moment to look at Abby and Libby here. Sad, you guys. So sad. You know, I mean, we'll leave it up on, we'll leave it here for a minute. I mean, this is why we're here, right? You know, regardless, kind of like exactly what Charmaine said up earlier. We want justice for Abby and Libby. That's what we want. Who cares if this person said it kind of like this way or innocent till proven guilty stuff and blah, 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 blah. Who cares? That's just trivial shit. To me, it's just, we're here for Abby and Libby, to fight for people and, you know, bring awareness, right? In this particular case, because this is Abby and Libby, you know, it's to fight for justice for Abby and Libby. And that's the bare bones of this all, is that we just want the proper person to be tried fairly and the proper person arrested, and whoever else is responsible, you know, to be accountable for their crimes against these two beautiful girls. Yeah. Because, well, that's just it. My focus never comes off of Abby and Libby. You know, and I guess probably that's probably exactly Rick. Is Rick yelling too? Well, shit. Frick you. Oh, a bunch of screamers in here. Good day, everyone. Hey, Ellen. I never forget myself. That's the bottom line, and it's probably why I don't care what other people say or think. You know, in a sense, like meaning talking and saying our opinions and stuff like that. But meaning at the end of the day, it always becomes about Abby and Libby, you know, and just wanting their justice. And this case is so frustrating that I understand why people get their panties in a pinch at times and stuff like that, you know. But I respect everyone's opinions as long as they're like the same as mine. Then I respect them. No, just kidding, guys. But, you know, honestly, I respect everyone's opinions and what they have to say, you know, because everyone, like I said, has a right to feel however they want. If they want to freaking yell at their freaking computer or freaking yell at themselves all alone in their home, go right ahead. Maybe I'll just yell at my cat for the sake of it suddenly, right, Ben? Bring my cat into it. But anyways, but I never forget the purpose of why I even, like, for me, it's pure and simple. You know, kind of like the happenings of yesterday with Robert Card there. You know, like those people are victims. You know, they weren't able to, their lives were taken when they, like, their lives should be here when they should never have been taken. And that's the same thing with Abby and Libby. And that's what's hard about looking at these two beautiful girls. They should be like whatever ages that they should be right now. What, 20 or 18, 19, whatever it is now? Shoot, 7 years, 13, 14. So yeah, it's like 20, 21. Because, well, Libby's birthday, I think Libby's is December 27th, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, so, you know, these girls should still be here. And it's freaking maddening not having 7 years later, pretty much. You know, for me, like I said, everyone has their personal reasons for this stuff. Mine is that video that Libby left. And it was, you know, her basically, this is the person. Okay. Like, this is the person that's on the bridge. You know, I've left that for you behind. Please give us our justice. You know, that's how I personally feel about it. Each to their own. Yeah, Rick Astley. I know you're talking about Rick Astley. Wait, did I put any things? When 1 second. I gotta pull out my Rick Astley. There we go. Don't forget, if you remember, when that song goes off, you can pull out your own Rick Astley's. So Gail, that's the Rick Astley's coming out for you. That's not the post I saw, but I agree. If you want to see those photos, I have a little hope for you, beautiful little girls. Having a fair trial and convicting the right person is part of justice for Abby and Libby. Well, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that. I mean, that's exactly what I just said. And that's the bottom line of it. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the bottom line. Fair trial, convicting the right person or persons, and that Abby and Libby, it's so sad. Like I said, these girls never be on this planet again, gone. But you just feel like in a small way, I'm sure for the family, that at least a piece of justice has happened, for them. So, I mean, I'll give, I should get going, I guess. Oh my God, I'm almost at the 3-hour mark. I'll give some people the benefit of the doubt if they want to see them just know some truth of what happened. I can totally understand that after following the case for so long. See them to just know what happened. What are the rest of the tentacles in this? And right, like Carter has always said, right. And how, well, again, I guess that just could be wordplay again. Who knows what the heck tentacles means anymore? Who knows what the heck about supposedly other people are involvement from, the prosecutors, and yet nobody else has been arrested. Who knows what the fuck with Kagan Klein and how that was a wash. It seems like it's been a wash anyway. I don't know. I don't even know what to think. Like this case has taken us on this huge roller coaster ride, just a huge roller coaster ride of emotions. And it's to the point where, like, it's almost like you can be pissed or you can almost laugh because it's turned into a freaking joke. Just when you thought that the hearing was coming, that everything was coming along and, we're biding our time, waiting for the trial to happen. And even if it got moved, you still know you're on it. And then kapoof, kaboom, right? All this shit happens. And you're just like, what the fuck? Really? Like, what the fuck? Like, how much more crazy can this poor case keep getting? And it pisses you off because you got 2 girls right there that were murdered. Tentacles could be the clients. Well, I don't know anymore, Stephanie, to be honest with you. I don't know what's what. Like, how can somebody freaking have a ski mask incident and blah, blah, blah. And, and the same thing that, like, where Klein lived 10 years ago before that, be on the phone and, did it, that same morning, or not talk to her, but, text or whatever. And what was it about the gasoline place or the freaking, where you get gas? Anyways, all I know is, it's so crazy to me. I get that it happens, but, if someone would, like, honestly, like, if the Kleins turn out never to be involved in this, which is apparently the way it's going and what it seems like, then how fucked up is that? Like, honestly, because anyone typically in their right mind was like, okay, well, we have him talking to her here. Next thing you know, he says that he planned on meeting her. Libby ends up dead. That Anthony Shots account knows Libby, through the Anthony Shots account, you have the scheme mask. Anyways, it's all just absurd. It's all just absolutely freaking absurd. How does more than one person keep their mouth shut for this long? And why hasn't RA talked? That's the only thing that has me on board with Lone Wolf. Yeah, the thing that has me on board with Lone Wolf, if any, because I would have never have said that ever before, is because there's a huge reward out there, but any criminal would not get it anyway. You would think that DNA of another person, whatever, would be there. You know what I mean? The more, how people are, right? If you piss them off, whatever. So, but the part that holds me always back is the fact with Richard Allen, I can see one person committing the crime. I can. And in that window as well. It always became of what was at the crime scene, what was like left at the crime scene, considering it's been talked about for a long time, and stuff like that. But what I can't understand is Richard Allen's, like, he would have to have this really fucked up, twisted murder that he's been planning at whatever age. Do you know what I mean? And decides to go in broad daylight, go for a walk and people see him. And it's almost like it didn't matter that he crossed the bridge then and took the girls and, walked along 300th Street and got there 20. I don't know. I honestly don't know anymore with this case. I don't know, that's my answer. I literally don't know anymore. I don't know. There's nothing here that leads, besides, unless we could literally look at all the evidence ourselves, there's nothing here to me that leads a path to anywhere anymore. Every time you think it's going left, it goes right, it goes west, it goes south on you. It's honestly, it's a mind fuck is what it is. Oh, they didn't even give him a heads up on Richard's arrest. He has nothing to say now. Upon Richard's arrest. Who does that? I'm just my bad, but I'm not really understanding that sentence, to be honest. Like, I'm not sure what it's referring to. He has nothing to say now. How they didn't even give him a heads up on Richard's arrest. If you actually don't know anything, then there is nothing for him to talk on. Yeah, I kind of lost on that conversation. Ivy Rose, when I saw the same sick person look gratifying himself with details, I was horrified. Some sick person looking to gratify himself with details, I was horrified. Talk about the pictures? Julianne, didn't KK Google the gas station? Yeah, wasn't it, right? The gas station, whatever it was called again. Well, hold on a second. Wasn't it that he was at the gas station? Wasn't that what it was? When Murder Sheets came out with that he was at the gas station and they went to go get the footage. Right? And of course, the footage, miraculously, something about the FBI and they didn't transfer it over and blah, 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 blah. Wasn't that it? See, the brain becomes a little bit messed up because there's too much freaking stuff that's been going on, that some stuff you can remember it at the time, and then it slowly but surely there's all this other information that comes forward, and then you've moved on from that information. And Delphi sure doesn't lack any brain aches for sure. Stephanie, I'm probably way behind again. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know anymore. Yeah, Jen, yeah, I'm in, hold on, Maine. You're talking about the one from yesterday. In Maine. You had me for a second there because I had whatchamacallit in my head. What time is it? 2:45. Well, if I am gonna go live tonight, yeah. I'll go live tonight. For 7. For 7. Like I said, don't forget Fig's doing a Brett from the prosecutors. But if you're not into that, then come stay over here. Then come watch us. It was one of those numbered as anonymous posters, but I bet the comment is still there. Oh, okay. Hi, Stacy Ashbrook. It's frustrating to see it take so long to go to court, right, and now fall apart. What do you think are the odds that they will take a step back and connect people together and look at other suspects? Oh, I don't think that's going to happen. Because that would mean by the prosecution. I'll be curious what the new defense does, though. Like, I don't know that they would follow this whole Odinism shit. I say shit because that's my personal opinion. If somebody else wants to believe in the whole Odinism line, go right ahead. You have every right to. But I'll be curious how this all plays out. It's just, well, I'm just disappointed in that these poor girls, it's like it's like roadblocks. Every which way you turn, every time you think that some sort of something is coming, whether it was with Kegan Kline or, or the trial come up and Richard Allen arrest and stuff like that. Every time you think it's going somewhere, it's literally one step forward, 3 steps behind. And it just keeps doing it, almost like I said, there's roadblocks. So I don't know if there's a purpose for all this going on and there's a reason for it, because I always believe things happen for the right reasons. But, this one's definitely tricking my brain if it is. Because I just feel like, how can somebody have so much? They got a freaking video, they got a voice, and you're living in a freaking small town like Delphi and stuff like that, and this long. I'm sorry, but I personally blame this case not being solved on Carroll County. I think that they literally botched this case from the get-go. That pisses me off because I firmly believe that I'm right on that one. At least I believe I'm right. Calling off the dogs, just the arrogance of freaking, gum smacking Tobe Lesenby guy. I just feel like I said, where's the care for Abby and Libby? Doug Carter's gonna slew a bunch of shit up your, face by sitting there acting like we've been in control all this time. Yeah, bullshit, Like I said, it's just a bunch of word crap that they throw at you, which is what they have to always do, in a sense, right? Because they don't want to make themselves look bad. Doug Carter seems to have a real problem with that. Anyways, humans can very much be disappointing. I agree with that too. I bet Gull is livid. I don't know. She's probably laughing her ass off, to be honest with you. It's probably not shocking her, I'm sure. Okay. I gotta scroll down. I'm probably lost. What are they going to do when they run out of defense attorneys? Well, that's the thing, right? Okay, so even if they get new attorneys, right? Aren't you guys scared that this shit's gonna happen again almost? Or no? Or that's the probably worse. Not that the same stuff is gonna happen again, but that something is gonna happen again. This is gonna be years, people. Oh yeah, not taking the branches. Thank you. Right, the list can go on. Seriously. 2 girls are found murdered and they don't take the branches that are literally on their bodies. Isn't that not freaking just asinine? Just more incompetent. I totally blame the fault of Abby's and Libby's murders not being solved because of egos, because of freaking incompetency. Yeah, I sorry, but that's all I've seen with this case. It's just nothing but nothing, right? Not even just clear transparency about stuff. It's just, and I blame LE for what they've created. They created this monster, to be honest with you. They created this monster of a mess. Like I said, double talking stuff, when they could have cleared stuff up, they didn't open their mouths, and stuff like that. How anyone could claim that they didn't botch it. It seems like a bigger power and control game and they don't want any help. Yeah, absolutely, Ivy. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what, especially if you have hindsight to look at it. But if you truly just look at it, yeah, so many just like I said, the whole Richard Allen thing. Like I said, how does somebody stand up on a podium and they're talking and Dan Doolin is literally sitting there talking and has talked to the BG, and they're showing the BG, and it doesn't even come as to his brain cells. Like, hey, I was just talking to, like it's so stupid to me that the witness said, well, I saw one person, like one male, this person saying, hey, I was there, right? How did he not become a suspect right away? Like, how did he not? And, and it just reminds me of, like, I don't know, I don't care, small town corruption bullshit. That's what it reminds me of. Not that they're purposely trying to cover, say, up Abby's and Libby's case. I always just think it comes down to, like, those people in small towns. It's like, like I said, they own freaking most of the goddamn town, and they just kind of smooth each other's, rub each other's basically balls, and sit there and like, oh yeah, don't worry, I got you covered. Kind of like the Flora case and stuff like that. Because that shit does happen, right? It's not like, you'd see that more apt in small towns, that how they do things are completely different to how big city would do something. I don't know. So that's the part that makes me upset and yell and go punch my cat or something, right? Right, Shermy? No, where's my kitties anyway? Probably sleeping on my bed behind me. Oh my God, Carter annoys me so much. Actually, Carter, I used to really like him. But he does annoy me, honestly, with his double talk. And like I said, I think somebody said this too, like, why is Carter handling it? Why is Carter literally doing all the things for presses and stuff like that for Delphi? Why isn't it Carroll County? Show me we know kidnapping and murder criminal activities, and we already knew that the furlough were dead. So why did they say suspected criminal activity if they meant the murders or kidnapping? Oh, Hootis, you hurt my brain sometimes. I can't deal with it with only 6 hours sleep or whatever it was in the last 2 days now. What the fucker furlough? Hey, I wonder if sometimes YouTube really appreciates it when you yell at them. And sometimes they don't. They're probably counting. YouTube's probably counting, going, how many times did she just say fuck? That's why I don't think Rozzi's filing from today wasn't that crazy. I don't think it was enough to get Gull. No, right. Yeah, I don't think it was. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Ivy. Absolutely. Ivy Rose True says a lot without saying. Circle jerking. It would be an absolute disaster if a murder happened in my hometown. I think that's why I would agree they botched part of it, but you have a soft spot for Carroll County or for where you live. I can't stand Tope Lazenby. That's one of those. I mean, regardless of whatever, I just can't stand the dude to look at him. Honestly, he makes me want to upchuck every time I look at his chomping smack gum face, his like round little Elmer Fudd face when he's chomping on his gun. He just comes across so arrogant. Like, he comes across so full of himself. And that's exactly what the Lafayette chief said about Lazenby. He goes, like, I don't know why he's not accepting our help, because Lafayette offered their help right away. And Lazenby said, no, we got it. And so the chief said, like, I don't know, was it ego or something? Like, he didn't know. But next thing you know, they were groveling back, going, okay, come help now. Because obviously they just expected to solve it. I don't like Lazenby. Is it Siri, Ivy? Is Siri doing it to you? I blame Siri, because Siri is known for lots of my mistakes. I hate it, with Siri, when you're saying something and it puts the right word, and then the next thing you know, it takes it and puts it into 2 words, and you're like, no. Now I got to freaking retype it again. go back over series typing because they had the word right originally, and then all of a sudden they broke it up into two separate words that I didn't say. Hey Tina, how are you? Any updates in Maine? I'll take a look. Robert card update. Let's see if there's anything with him. Okay, 37 minutes ago, a manhunt is underway. Live updates. No. Like, let me just put it this way. There's nothing saying he's been caught or anything. Lewiston police. Yeah. No. That guy needs to get found. Hey, this thing says, what does that say? Oh, maybe I'm just reading it wrong. I thought it said Shelly in place. I'm like, what? Wait, weapon? You talking about the presser from earlier today? Ben. I think who just probably knows about that one. Bye, Ivy. I need to go in a minute anyway. Ben. Are you talking about the presser from today? Yeah, I mean, there was the presser. That basic. Did you see that one, who dis? When I did the live on that one, did you see that? As it was playing the presser? If not, the presser is on literally the last live. No, there's not a live one now. Like, there was one earlier that you can watch from, like, we watched it from the live. Yeah, I watched on TV earlier. Okay, so there's no other presser besides that. Like, the only thing was that there was, like, the doctor, like a doctor kind of presser one, but, Oh, there's a presser in Maine in a few minutes? Wait. So there's a presser in Maine in a few minutes? So if there's a presser in Maine, why would there be a presser in Maine? If they already did one earlier. You'd think. Okay, I'm confused. Live presser now. Can somebody send me the link? Ben, can you put the link down? Hey, main presser, Louise, imminent. Okay. Can somebody just, Miss Dog Lover, do you have the link for that? So I can go to it? Let me see here. Too many freaking things open. Okay, hold on. Where are you watching it? I see nothing new. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Hey, 6 hours ago, Maine shooting. Does anyone know? Oh, thank you. I love you, Ben. Just want to tell you that right now. You're always so awesome and on the ball. Okay. So stop screen. Hold on. Share screen. Shoot. Where is it? Right here.
Officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central
Thank you, guys.
Center.
I had no idea.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out of the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County.
That
and the
interpreter
state
should
of
make some
Maine.
facial
I
expressions, eh?
also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what you need. And I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to Mayor Shalene as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston, represent Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in and my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed, I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put an end to these terrible shootings. In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center.
Yeah, told you she flubbed up.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Littleson, the CEO of Central Maine Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients that were taken from the scenes last night were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition, 3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night, within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center caring for the wounded and the victims. The professionals that were operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation for all of the support that we received and continue to receive even through today. First from the city of Lewiston, secondly from law enforcement. We still have a law enforcement presence on the campus at Central Maine Medical Center. The other area hospitals that came to our support, we needed blood transferred to Central Maine Medical Center very quickly, and 2 of the hospitals, Maine General and St. Mary's, accommodated us. Maine Med in Portland stood by and was ready to accept patients, and as you know, they did accept one of the patients that we transferred to them. And also the various community partners that came to aid and support us last night, including emergency response personnel, personnel from Life Flight of Maine, and others. As one of the counselors said to me before we walked in tonight, you know, often people underestimate our capabilities here to care for people locally. I think last night we proved that by working together, we can do just that under the most trying circumstances. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Senator Collins, if she could move to microphone. Senator, you just heard heard from Representative Jared Golden that he has changed his mind on the assault rifle ban. Would you do the same?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think it is more important that we ban very high capacity magazines. I think that would have more input and more effectiveness. We had an assault weapon ban, which I supported, that was in effect for 10 years. It applied to, I believe, 17 or 19 styles of weapons. Later, the late Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed an expansion that would have covered 157 weapons. And it was based not on functionality, but on cosmetic features. So there's always more that we can do. I was a co-author of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided funding, for example, for red and yellow flag laws and for mental health clinics, which I think is important as well. So certainly there's always more that can be done.
Senator, a decade ago, though, you opposed legislation that limited access to expanded, stocks and firearms capacity. Are you suggesting that you would do something different now?
I don't believe you're correct. For example, I was the lead Republican sponsor of a bill that would ban bump stocks, which have the ability to turn a semi-automatic into a fully automatic machine gun. And that legislation has not been enacted into law. There was an attempt to do it by regulation, but it was struck down by the courts. I still support the bump stock legislation. The other thing that I think we can look at is, and I advocated, was to increase the age at which you could purchase a high capacity rifle from 18 to 21, the way it is for a handgun.
Senator Collins, you mentioned there are a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Robert Card. We mentioned a number of agencies searching for him. Can you offer any more details regarding the whereabouts of Card or how close we're getting to finding him?
I cannot, because I don't want to jeopardize the search for him in any way. I have talked extensively to law enforcement, and as I said, just very recently with the FBI deputy director, but I certainly don't want to jeopardize the search in any way.
We're gonna flag laws used in this case. You are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Yellow flag laws used in this case.
To I don't know. That's a very good question.
You said that Maine got it right when it came to yellow flag.
Maine does have a good yellow flag.
If it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had health issues and he was the case put him forward for evaluation, you got it wrong.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems, could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if in fact the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons. I'm sure after the fact that's going to be looked at very closely. Obviously, that's a state issue, and I do not have knowledge of what happened in that instance.
Senator Collins, Mark Stone from Sky News, thank you for your time. I wonder if I could just ask you about the weapons again. Why do you think it is that you and so many other lawmakers in America believe it is right for Americans to have the right to own such high velocity weapons?
Well, first of all, let me say, and I'll repeat it again, that for 10 years we had a ban on certain kinds of assault weapons, and I supported that ban. And when George W. Bush proposed that it be extended for 10 more years, I supported that effort, which did not succeed. Later, years later, there was an attempt by former Senator Dianne Feinstein to greatly expand the number of weapons that would be covered by that ban. And it was based not on lethality, but more on how they looked, on cosmetic features. And I did not think that that was appropriate. We do have a Second Amendment in our country.
And that gives people the right to own a weapon that powerful, you think?
And Maine, I would point out, has one of the highest rates of gun ownership in the country and has a long heritage of responsible gun ownership. It has also had a very low rate of violence. What makes this crime so heinous is in a typical year, Maine might have 22 murders, and last night, we almost approached the number for the entire year.
Is anyone
Thank you so much.
Is anyone here briefed on the investigation to tell us?
We cannot talk about the investigation yet, but thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience with us and this news conference. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, you've been watching a live news conference from Lewiston City Hall this afternoon that took a very hard political slant from some of the questioning going on from the reporters in the crowd there. So we are on the air because of what you see on the bottom of your screen right there. 18 of our neighbors were killed last night, 13 of them injured in a mass shooting in the city of Lewiston. Our representative speaking tonight from Lewiston about what's going on. Most importantly, what we want you to know is that shelter in place order continues, specifically in the Lewiston, Lisbon, Bowdoin areas tonight, as the search continues for that shooter.
We heard from Congressman Jared Golden as well, which this is the first time we're seeing him after the events that unfolded last night. We have heard from him, but this is the first time we're seeing him speak, and kind of some powerful words that he said. He did get up on the podium and he said, "I ask for forgiveness for not working hard enough," of course, talking about legislation on some of what a lot of those reporters were calling for was more legislation. And he did say in a statement that now is not the time for bills we all know will fail. Congress should simply focus on doing something, but rather on doing something of substance that can pass into law and will advance the effort to prevent those with violent intent from obtaining or possessing weapons. Of course, we know from a Pew Research Center poll that recently came out, and Senator Collins touched on it, 46% of Maine households have a gun.
Right, which I imagine is has been part of her challenge, as she was alluding to, of managing this topic. She covered everything from high capacity magazines, the red and yellow flag laws, the bump stocks, managing.
Only because on this one, I thought it was a crock of shit, to be honest with you. When the guy asked her that question at the end there and said, basically, should anyone even own this type of basically artillery, right? Like, and then she's like, the most heinous part of this crime is like Maine, like they're responsible gun owners. And, now in the night, we went from 2 typical killings to, passing no. For me, the most heinous part about this is that someone can actually go out and buy that type of artillery. Like, fuck me on this one. I'm sorry, but fuck me. No regular citizen should ever have access to those type of guns. I'm sorry. It should not happen. And then it's like, well, our Second Amendment right. Okay, well, I'm Canadian, so I'm obviously not US. But I don't give a shit about that. You know, you have your guns and you guys got your Second Amendment, but nobody should be able to be walking around with that. Who the hell, as a regular citizen, should ever be, you know, able to have something like that? You know, like what? You guys freaking all Rambos and stuff like that? You know, go walking around with those, like, that's what gets me. You know, it's not about the fact, like, you know what I mean? Like, when somebody has a gun and it shoots out a bullet, okay, you got to reload. This is like, brrr. And I just cannot believe that someone can literally go by like that. Shocked me yesterday. Like, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But how many times do these shootings happen? And then they all sit there and preach this shit over and over. Why don't they just, you know, do right in the first place? You know, that's what gets me. Why do they always sit there after a shooting like this happens, losing all these lives, and then like, oh, we're going to make our gun law stronger and blah, 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 blah. You know, I just don't understand. Nobody should be walking around with that type of gun. Like, it's just ridiculous to me. You know, like you feel like when you're looking at Iran and stuff like that over there, and they have their, like, you know, the militaries have those guns and stuff like that. Like I said, you know, I understand that, you know, or in the armies or whatever. I understand that. But no civilian should ever have access to that type of gun. I'm sorry. You know, they just shouldn't be able to be purchased. Like, this isn't common sense. Like, honestly, do you guys agree or disagree about that? Like, okay, you guys want your freaking gun, you know, and have your Second Amendment stuff, fine, right? Fair enough. But to have that, to be able to purchase that type of artillery as a regular civilian is ridiculous. And then this stuff happens because you think someone's going to go, well, let me just pull out my one gun, you know, type of thing. And this guy was like a firearms instructor, don't forget, as well, you know, but just the fact that you can purchase, you know, those is what blows me away. Well, that's true. Who does? But I'm just meaning in general, in a sense, like, meaning I just, when I asked you guys yesterday, so can you just go like buy this type of gun? Like, you know, and then you guys all said yes. And I'm like, wait, what? It's crazy. It's crazy. You know, I don't think that would have stopped. Like, I mean, there was probably definitely things that could have been, you know, looked at, but everything's always hindsight, right? Doesn't matter that he spent 2 weeks in a mental hospital or whatever he did, was going down mental issues and stuff like that. Doesn't matter about that. He still had his guns to go back to, you know? Yet someone claiming that they're going to blow up some freaking Army Guard Air Force thing or whatever it was, you know? I'm sure there's definitely signs that could have been prevented to, you know, but it's always hindsight. It's always hindsight. Great Chappy Show. It's not kind of shame. Freedom, how far does it go when it becomes irresponsible? I agree, Sunny. Yeah, and that's probably a really great way of saying it. How far does it go before it becomes irresponsible? You know. Made it home. Hey, Charmaine. You know, like I said, I'm sure there could have been preventative methods, you know, had, you know, if like when somebody's like I said, I don't know at what point he said he was going to go after the Air Force base or whatever. But at the end of the day, this guy probably, because he was being a trainer, you know, had access to these guns. But, you know, like, I mean, I can't go down to the local. Well, no, there's some freaking, I'd have to go back and look at those guns before I say that, to be honest with you. I'm trying to think about the firearms place where you get the shooting range there. You know, they have some serious guns over there themselves. But I don't know that they're like an AR-15 type style. I have to go look at that, to be honest with you. I don't. Freedom isn't irresponsible. People are. Just totally disagree. Totally disagree. Well, I mean, hold on. If you're talking about, like, for me, if you're talking about that the government or the people who allow these type of guns to go on, then if that's what you mean, because to me, like I said, like no one should have access. The government, you guys should not have access to that type of artillery. As a regular civilian of the street, you should not have access to that. So what do you expect is going to happen? I get really pissed off that these families are dying and all these mass shootings going on. And at what point does it become irresponsible? And to me, this is irresponsible. Nobody should be walking with those type of guns, or having them. But I get the fact that this guy, because him being an instructor would have access, and he probably has a shitload of guns at home and stuff like that. No, Lacey, I agree. Like, meaning my thoughts on this myself, like I said yesterday, thank you, Canada, for your gun laws. Thank you that I don't have to go worry if my neighbor's going to shoot my ass. Yes, there's guns around, but I don't sit there and go, oh, I'm on your property. And instead of it saying beware of dog, it says beware of gun, and stuff like that. I'm glad that we don't have that here, but that's my right to say that because I'm Canadian and I appreciate that part about Canada. And it floors me, that I said that these mass shootings keep happening, but to have access to that type of style of gun, no one should have access to that as a regular civilian, that you can just go to a store. I'll take I'll take a tank. You know what? Why don't you throw in some grenades there? Oh, you know what? Okay, a couple of AR-15s. Yeah, that should do it for today. Thank you. That's how it seems like to me. I get pissed because this guy literally just takes out a gun, and not just him, but other mass shootings. And it's like, that's just my feelings on it. I don't care. I'm allowed to have my feelings on it too. And I'm hurt for these families that have to keep going through this, or these children that keep getting killed and stuff like that. Yeah, I get it. People are going to sit there and the crazy loonies are going to get hold of a gun and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I get that part. But then you also have your normal people that are typically normal that take their wife out or something like that because there's a gun in their house and da-da-da-da-da-da, and yet they were pretty much normal. I get it. But I don't believe that. Well, there's a lot I don't believe in, but definitely this one for sure. Like, here, let me just, go into children's schools, go into freaking, the universities, and somebody can have access to that type of weapon. What do you mean it's nothing special, really? It's just a normal long gun. How many rounds can an AR shoot? I mean, before a cartridge. How many? Yeah. Well, we won't get into a big discussion about the whole, gun thing, because I know always how it kicks off, and everyone's like, well, we've had our first, freedom of amendment and stuff like that. And I get that, like I said, it's not Canada's way. And I'm grateful. That it's not, that I'll be grateful for. But however the US and you guys think over there, about your rights and stuff like that, I understand that as well. If it was from birth that you're born and that's your Second Amendment right, I just, like I said, but I like how Gail said it, about, being responsible, and then like, at what point does it become irresponsible that, you're allowed to, own this and own that and own that. It's just crazy to me. Like 565 mass shootings last year in the US. That's absurd. Bye, Gail. You have a good one. It's absurd. I just didn't like how she was like, well, the most atrocious thing is normally we only have 2 killings, but all in one night we had 18. Like, as if that's no. I mean, like I said, someone being able to pull out a gun and freaking, I'm sure there's going to be some children involved in this. I seen that there was somebody that there was, if you guys haven't seen it, and I don't know if I feel like searching for it. Well, maybe let me just take a quick boo on this. Can't change the Constitution, but things were a lot different when the Constitution was written. Absolutely, I agree with that, Lacey. Let me just give me a second. I just want to see if I can find that one. Where I was, let's see, my history. It was just somebody that knew the guy that was talking, or not, like, like knowing the guy. Darn it, I think or did I watch it? I'm just trying to look in my history quickly, see if I see it. Well, I can probably just Google it, actually. Yeah, let me just quickly Google it. Some of you guys might have seen it, but there was that neighbor. No, let's see. What do I want to call it? Witness speaks out. Let's see if I can find it. Who's shooting? Oh, come on. How hard is this to find? Ben, where are you, Ben? You guys know which one I'm talking about? Yeah. Quite a bit. Like I said, having freedom doesn't mean you walk around with like a fucking, AR-15 or an AK-47 and stuff like that. Might as well go, oh, well, I can have a tank while I'm at it too. Like I said. Why? I think I'm behind on the chat. You guys know that one today, you guys? The one where it said witness speaks out or whatever. It was like kind of like a younger guy talking and saying that he knew Robert Card there. I know GLR had it on his thing. Knowing Robert. Sometimes I swear I hate Google. It's not my friend. I think it's your friend over there in the USA better when it comes to the US things. Robert. What was it? Robert Card. Oh, here he is. Okay, I found it. Okay, let me show you what I was talking about. Bunch of commies. I swear. Canada has its fair share of crime. Gun violence is low. Yeah, it's because we're not allowed to have frickin' guns underneath of our frickin' pillow. We're not allowed to do shit like that here.
And that you grew up near Robert Card and his family. Can you tell us anything you know about the person of interest in these shootings?
Well, I grew up about half a mile away. Bowdoin is a very interesting community. There's kind of like a center hub near the school and the town store, excuse me. And then you have like West Bowdoin, but they all interconnect around the school and the town store. And I just happen to live near there. And the family complex, it's basically a compound. The family and Robert, they're all gun fanatics. They are, for all intents and purposes, are very much associated with right-wing militias. It's known in the town to stay away from them and to not approach them. If you see them, you just turn around and walk away. I remember going to the town store when I was a kid, about, around 12, 14. And I remember very vividly, it's just been the image that's been kind of going around in my head, is I'm going to the store and there's a way station there for deer. So he had just killed a deer with his buddies, and the deer was hanging and blood was dripping on the ground from the deer, and he was covered in blood with a gun on his back with a giant grin on his face. And they were all smoking cigarettes and drinking their morning coffee and like praising each other. And also they would shoot guns all the time. Like you could hear them every day after school. It was like clockwork. You could hear them shooting guns, and the sound would ricochet off the valley. I could even hear it at elementary school. At times you could hear them shooting guns.
Liam, real quickly here, we only have a few seconds, but this is a close-knit community. Do you have friends who you know were injured last night?
Yes, there are some friends of mine that have been injured. I know there was a baby that was killed at the bowling alley. It was a children's bowling night. So I do know that happened. I'm not going to give any information out until the police officially release the names. But there's going to be a lot of heartache and tragedy that comes from this.
Well, Liam, Kent, we appreciate you taking some time.
much.
Continue to stay safe, and we'll make sure to check back in with you, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on
at the bowling alley. It was a children's bowling night. So I do know that happened. I'm not going to give any information that was killed. Yes, there are some friends of mine that have been injured. I know there was a baby that was killed.
He's the one that gave us information on that, because although we thought that there was, like youth, a little baby, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like he said, as like it was going to be very heartbreaking. I think he said in those words. Yeah. Just heartbreaking. Like it's just, I can't, I guess my heart just can't stop feeling so badly for shit like that keeps happening time and time again. Like seriously, like it just feels like you're always trying to like, oh, another mass shooting at the university, mass shooting at the, shopping center, mass shooting at a concert, and it's because of guns like this. Like, we're not talking about like just talking about the mass shooting ones, where you can take out a lot of people in a very short period of time. And saying that, 18 are dead. 3 of them, they said, died in the hospital. And like I said, others injured. Maybe a gunshot wound to the leg where they lived and stuff like that. Since I'm playing this, I don't know if I'm going to do a live tonight now, since we've already because since this has come on, I don't know that there's a lot more to talk about really, unless they actually find him. But let me, it's common. It just seems like a very, like, it's pathetic to sit there and say this, but it just feels like a normal thing that happens now. Oh, another mass shooting? Oh, another one? Oh, shocker, another one. That's how it feels. It's not like it's once in a blue moon where it's like, has more impact. Now it's almost like, oh, shocker, not, another one, another one, another one, another one. And they're fucking cowards to go to boot with that. Go out there, take everybody's life, take your own while you're at it. Don't forget to, take yourself out there, coward. Yeah. It's hard. I can't stand people that hurt other people. Take the lives of somebody else. To me, there's just, like I said, no need of it. Unless it's self-defense, and something happened that way, then that's fine. But when it comes to people that are just, taking people's lives, lucky Mr. Pilot there didn't, take down that plane. That would have been another 4 people's lives gone right there. I don't know why this one's really bugging me. Like this shooting yesterday. It's just, they all bug me, but it's because I'm too busy thinking about the parents of these victims, or the mom and dad or whatever of all these people. Somebody who sent me that earlier. Somebody sent me the update for, I don't know who it was. Was it Aspen? Oh yeah, it was. Let me just see where this is on. It's on a. Oh, it's John. I put him on pause, so then. Look at how his eyes ended up. Looks like a stoner. Anyways. T-Rev is going over victims. Oh, yeah, the Pennington one. That's what I was talking about. And he made a to-do list on how, right. So let me just find that. T-Rev is going over victims. As in what way? As in what way, Lacey? Because they've already talked about the victims have been numbers and what kind of happened, but not names and stuff like that. Because they said they had 10 more to identify and blah blah blah. So I'm not sure just in what way you mean that, to be honest. But let me just go see. Let's go find Pedro here. I take that one off. Frick. Aaron Pennington, right? Aaron Pennington. Now, let's see this one. Aaron Pennington, car found. Please find car. Am I missing it? Hold on. Do I need to go for, hold on, maybe I'll do it this way. Let me turn him off first of all. Aaron Pennington. Oh. Wait. I don't know that they found him, right? Wait. Aaron Pennington. Ben, just to quickly ask you. Right? I'll be his 1,459th customer. Really? They put that out there on the news? What channel is he watching? So the Aaron Pennington guy hasn't been found? Or captured yet? Cops found a disturbing note. That was 11 hours ago for that one. Okay, what does this say? Let me just take a look here. So, oh my God, I got way too many tabs open. Is that from yesterday? That one was from yesterday. No, not TV Rev's channel. I meant, do you see what news channel he's watching that from? I mean, that information obviously came from an article or whatever. Can't play his channel, because you don't want to risk getting a copyright strike, right? Yeah, I don't know. So, okay, wait, it says so it was Pedro. Oh, what am I thinking? Why am I saying Aaron Pennington? Wait. Pedro Argotti. Oh my God, I'm getting my cases mixed up here. Wait. That's my problem. Okay, that's the one for the judge. I was like losing it, you guys. I was like, what the heck? So Pedro. Well, I'm not even going to read anything. So Pedro is, oh, no, suspect in, okay, no. Pedro. I don't know. I'm going to look at stuff later. I'm too tired now, to be honest with you. I'm like way past probably tired at this point. Mentioned that they caught him. Are you talking about Pedro, Ben? I'm just waiting to see what your answer is back. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh, Brian Koberger, big loss, stays in jail. There's a shocker right there, isn't it, guys? Darn, that indictment, to throw out the indictment, did that fail for Brian Koberger? No freaking kidding. That's why I could have honestly cared less if I watched it. Y'all knew that they weren't going to be tossing out the freaking indictment. Like, come on. It's just, like they said, the defense has their job to do something, and they'll do whatever it takes to get their client off. That's their job. That's what they get paid for, unless you cross boundaries. But anyways, Brian Koberger wasn't going anywhere. I actually laughed when it said that that Koberger wants his indictment tossed out. Good fight, dude. Yeah. Koberger now has some pretty severe evidence on him, against him. But either way, it wasn't like it was going anywhere. Yeah, you know what? I'm good. I'm going to go now because I'm tired. It's 4:00. I might do a live later. I might not. It really depends. See how I feel. All I know is I need to get a little bit of sleep so I can at least feel fresh and wake up because my brain's pretty numb right now. Oh, I got to move the Delphi one again until tomorrow, I suppose. Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much for joining the live. Thank you guys for anyone that dropped a super sticker or bought tacos, Mustang. And I'd have to go look. Should probably do that correct. Let me go do that correctly. I got too many tabs open. Let me just go to my YouTube page for a sec. Hey. Sometimes when you look at somebody else's thumbnail and you're like, that's a good thumbnail. Well, I'm looking at one right now and I'm like, that's a good thumbnail. Okay. Supers. Gail, that's it. Gail Hurd on Mustang. Diana, was yours from yesterday? It doesn't matter. Diana S yesterday and Lisa Brownham, I believe were yesterday, and then the tacos. So thank you very much, you guys. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for being my wrench guy, Ben. Thanks for getting those links so quick. I truly appreciate that, because I swear it's like I'm sitting here Googling it and I'm like, why can't I find it? You know, so I'm so nice when people can just drop them. Thank you. I didn't, because that one falls under something different. It didn't show that. Look at Ben. Listen to you. Yeah, there you go. Charmaine gifted 5 people memberships. That's right. She did. Let me just look at that again. So I don't think it actually shows. Let me just take a look. Yeah, it doesn't actually show that because it falls into a different whole category. But yeah, thank you, Charmaine, for gifting people that got that. I know that there was a few there. Caesar got one, and Bubs Bailey or something like that, and Grandma Watches and a couple other people there. Anyways, you guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to see you later. I'll have to decide how I feel later. So it depends if I get like my 4th wind or something. So thank you guys so much again for joining the live. It just sucks that it was Delphi and then it kind of went into another live in a sense. I like to kind of try to keep them somewhat separate, but anyways. Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks. And then thanks for people that do say that. Thanks to the mods, and stuff like that when they, do that, to hit like, because it really is important for the algorithm, and stuff like that. And it's kind of like, tit for tat, so I appreciate that. Okay. Good job, Ben. Good job. Pat you on the back, Ben. Anyways, you guys take care. And like I said, perhaps I'll see it. Perhaps I'm not sure. Depends. Hopefully that they catch Mr. Robert Card there today, and get him off of the plate. Just to stop him from potentially harming anybody else. For all we know, he could have run out of ammo, or he has a lot of ammo, or he's, held up somewhere with some, and he's waiting there for, what I mean? Just the guy needs to be put behind bars where he belongs. Anyways, let me just try to find my outro. There it is. Okay, guys. Have a good one. This is Sunny Justice and Aspen Connor from It's a Crime and Shame, wishing you all a good night.